Hello, y'all. How's it going? It is Tuesday, and that means it's time for a playthrough, a random rare playthrough specifically. And today, the random rare playthrough is of Donkey Kong Country 2, but on the GBA. To recap, last stream, for last Tuesday stream specifically, for those who don't know like the overall conceit of this series of playthroughs. Last week, I introduced this whole thing and I said, okay, we got 6 games that I could end up playing, 6 playthroughs that could end up playing, and I spun a wheel and it landed on Donkey Kong Country but on the GBA. And then I played through DKC1 on the GBA, and that leaves us where we are today, which is to say, about to start DKC2 but on the GBA. And likely to finish it as well. That's the plan for tonight, is to go through the whole damn thing, any percent style, which is to say we'll beat K. Rool and that's it. I don't think we'll do 100% style. Don't think that's the plan here quite. We'll do it any percent style and and finish. And probably next week do DKC3 GBA, which is another one. You know, it's the last one. It's also on GBA. It has maybe the most content of the GBA ports, but we'll see it. We'll see that next week, and we'll have thoughts about it and stuff. Wanted to start with a little bit of table setting real quick before we get into it. In particular, I got a thing to announce, a thing to talk about. An initial new sub benefit for the Super Mario Maker 2 streams. Last Friday, there were a whole bunch of sub gifts. Whole bunch of sub gifts came in all at once, and that was really great, really something, and I was really blown away by that, as the generosity of some of y'all, especially Storm Trippin', for gifting like most all of them, just about. Real amazing stuff, but the incentive that I have in place, wherein every subscriber can skip the line once, skip the front of the queue once per stream. I'll say, like, when I originally thought of that idea, my thought was like, okay, well, maybe there'll be like 5 to maybe 8 people ever taking advantage of that on a regular basis. That's manageable within a 4-hour stream, but like 30 would be apocalyptic. You know, that's like, okay, well, that's double the amount of people that get into the queue at one time. So, like, I don't know how capacity-wise that would work. So I thought about it, and my solution is to offer a new alternative that hopefully some people will be more interested in, and I think has a lot of potential, which I call Instant Refresh. I have to switch to another scene for this, so you're going to see this crook go away for a second. And also I'm going to get a little bit smaller, but as some might know who watch those streams, during those streams, I have oftentimes something called the lightning round, where I only have 5 tries to beat the level, or 7 for certain levels, or also if someone's not there and someone hasn't confirmed in chat, it might be 2 tries, and that might be throughout a stream, actually, not just during the lightning round. And the instant refresh is just what it sounds like. At any point after having lost, any/all of the lives, you can refresh them, which, I'll show you right now. Warning, I'm not sure about the volume of this, but here we go. I set this up this weekend. Might be a bit hot. I'll adjust that before the Friday stream, I'll say, but yeah. So basically, at any point you can refresh all of our lives, and you can do that for your own levels, or even if you're if your levels don't even need that, you can even use it for someone else's levels. Like someone who otherwise wouldn't get the bonus heads, that would give them the bonus heads. You can use it for someone who is in sudden death, who's not there, and that would turn their absentee level into a level that I would get 7 tries for rather than 7. I think this is going to be a powerful option for those who want to, you know, have an impact. And, you know, for those who are patient, the instant refresh is going to be even more impactful than the Express Pass. The Express Pass is going to be still offered, of course, but I can't, you know, but like, I think that a lot of people who don't mind waiting and are already going to wait are going to really like the instant refresh, which I will show one more time. Allows you to, at any point during any level, just take me to... Again, that's really loud, isn't it? I'm gonna adjust that, volume-wise. Allows you to take it to max lives at any time, any level, whatever the context. Good feature, good feature. I'm excited for Friday when this will roll out. Good and proper style. Let me go back to the other scene with the nice Kremlings in the corner. Hello, Rock Party. One of my a subscriber, you know. Good to see ya. Good to see ya. Additionally, quick further follow-up on bug fixes, config fixes, and software keys. So, after the last stream, I will say we had a little bit of a bug with the level bot. The level bot did not handle full-width spaces that a Japanese user used, and I've seen that once before, and I looked into it and noodled around with it for a couple hours on Saturday night, and I got it working, so that's fixed. Good. Not an issue anymore. Second, let's see. Second, I went and paid for that thing that lets me put my iPhone on the TV and or on the screen. So that's all nice and set up and good, and we won't have to worry about that. Much appreciated as far as, like, you know, so many subs last time. That more than paid for that. And I figured while I was at it, I might as well fix another problem that's been sort of quietly happening in the background for the last 3 months. 3 months ago, my Windows key somehow got eaten by, open a pack? We will, but not, like, up front. Later in the stream, maybe. My Windows key got eaten by Windows, and I don't know what happened during a Windows update. Maybe I saw someone speculating, like, oh, I think you got it through Amazon. It's possible you got, like, a fake code all those months ago, and you just didn't realize it. In any case, I took 20 of those dollars that I got from the subs and put it towards a Windows 11 activation key thing, and now I don't have to deal with that annoying hard-coded watermark anymore, or do weird monitor stuff to avoid seeing it. My main monitor is my main monitor again, because the main monitor is the only monitor that shit appeared on, so I needed to, like, put it on a different monitor. It was really annoying, and not smart. That's all taken care of now, and I don't have to worry about it. Finally, I went looking into the monitor settings, and I realized that my TV, when I outputted my computer to my TV, apparently it was doing it in 30 frames a second rather than 60 frames a second, so a bunch of weird shit that I've been seeing the last year or so on and off when games wanted to do 60 frames per second, that's all fixed now, apparently. So that should be nice. I hope. I hope it stays fixed. Again, I gotta thank y'all for the subs and the the support and the love and all that from that Friday stream, from that last stream. That was a whole lot, and goddamn. And already I'm feeling some benefits, even if the benefit is like, oh, that finally spurred me to pay $25 and stop just dealing with it with weird watermark bullshit, you know. I probably should have done this 2 months ago, but much appreciated, y'all. Love y'all. Let's get into the game. Let's do it. It's time to actually do this. And you know, we're gonna play the game nice and proper. It's important to note before we go in, there is like a speedrun mode where you try to do like speedruns of each level. Also, you can get timers that like pause the clock. It's weird. I forgot about that part of it. It's not just an outright speedrun. Also, there's bonus games for each of the 3. You can play the bonus games from the rest of the game right here if you really wanted to. We're good though. Let's just play the game. I will open a pack of Pokemon TCG Pocket. Let's say later. Let's get into this first thing though. Here we go. Yeah. I'll put in MDS. First thing I noticed booting up this game, the audio of that title screen, not as sharp as the original. I don't know how I didn't notice that back in the day. When they originally announced that, like, oh, DKC3, GBA, different sound. I was like, why? And when I picked up the games, you know, actually I picked up all the games at once, so I guess I hadn't heard the sound at that point. But when I picked them up, I was like, oh, this sounds fine. I guess, maybe just at the time, I wasn't that critical of how GBA games sounded. I don't know, maybe just not having a portable that sounded better meant a lot. Let's do it. Funky Kong is in the water there. This story is almost a little more sophisticated than the first game's story. Insofar as it has like a new location. I mean, actually, this is literally what's written into the menu. It's just that it's not part of the game. This beach. Fuck, jeez. I thought you were supposed to be a big star, even video game heroes get time off, dude. I never did. I whisked out maidens and throwed barrels 7 days a week I was. That's where I got where I am today, you know. Hard work, none of this lazing around on the beach. Why don't you go off and pester Diddy? Leave me alone. He's with his girlfriend. But still, I can see I'm not wanted. Cranky Kong is a bit sad, but hey, at least he doesn't get kidnapped. Oh hey, there's the flying croc. Was the flying croc established in the manual in the original game? I feel like the implication of the manual originally, or at least it was probably vague enough where you would assume, and if you were to assume anything, why wouldn't you assume that he did it in his boat? That is the first world of the game. The Gangplank Galleon. How's the sound? Sound good? It can be hard to adjust GBA lo-fi style sounds relative to other things. In my testing, it seemed like I'm way louder, so it's probably fine. Hopefully when things start making, like, noises, when I start, like, running through them and stuff, it'll be fine. Read it then! Hurry, Cranky, what does it say? Oh, we got the big monkey. If you want him back, you scurvy dog, you'll have to hand over the banana horde, Captain K. Rool. Yeah, especially if he's a captain. He's in an airship? I mean, he is in an airship at the end of the game. Hey, Ante, how you doing? But, like, I kind of thought that that was more of a, well, they started off on my boat. I can't be on my boat. I gotta be at my castle at the top of the island. And, you know, not only do I have a big boat, I also have a big airship. Check this out. Oh shit, it got tangled in the crap. We'll see that later. Spoilers, I guess, for later. DK would not like his hoard to be handed over. This story is even worse than Donkey Kong Country's. They're scraping the bottom of the barrel this time. Do you have any ideas? How about we go over on an adventure to Crocodile Isle? Let's wait until tomorrow and then we'll go. On Guard will take us. There you go. So, we all got on Guard. We came over here. That's the initial story. Last week, I didn't do a timestamp for the initial story, but I feel like there was kind of more story this time. Whatever. Let's do this. It's the game. Let's play it. This is not going to be terribly complicated. I'm just going to play it. You know what? Is it just me, or does this look a little bit better than DKC1 on the GBA? I'm not sure difference-wise, like, how big of a difference there is between the two, but this looks good. And, maybe I'm just acclimatizing to GBA-style sounds, which, you know, can't sound as good as far as the, music goes, but do have better, like, enemies and stuff will have better sound effects and crap. There's new collectibles. Every level has a feather, as well as the DK coin of tradition. Excellent. Let's do the shit. Let's go. So yeah, this is DKC2, the best of the three DKCs, and arguably the best of the three DKC GBAs. I feel like there's a good argument to be made for DKC3 since it adds extra levels and an extra world, but I don't know, man. This one has the time trial mode, which is pretty cool. DKC3 doesn't have it, the time trial mode, does it? I forget. Hey Luigi, how you doing? Hello everyone. Glad to see some folks. I'll say, I do have some things I'd like to touch on throughout the stream, you know, but I also think it's important to, you know, talk about the game when we're just starting. So, you know, sort of warm up to, you know, introducing some off-topic things. Did this work properly? Oh my god. That roll in the original DKC, it's really cool and all, but the camera scroll can never keep up. So when you end up at the end, it's like way behind. The camera's like lagging behind you, which is cool, but, you know, a limitation perhaps. I don't know how that happened, how it happened that way, but they fixed it. They fixed it in this version. How about that? Yes, these levels are good. There is some question as far as how we're playing through this. Not like logistically how, but like, so here we have our friend Cranky Kong, and we can go in here and do a minigame. You woke up at 5:30 a.m. last morning? Dang, dude. I woke up after not that much sleep neither. Okay, so Espresso Racing is a feature that opens up when we get 4 feathers, and then we'll see that. Cool, okay. Yeah. Now, I had a great weekend. I slept in, like, so much, but then when Monday rolled around, it's like, okay, well, I got, like, 2 hours, 3 hours sleep. I did take a hour-long nap before this stream and woke up and was like, oh my god. I gotta get up and start the stream. I gotta get up right now. Okay, which was hard at first, and then I'll say like a thing that's been annoying me recently is that oftentimes it kind of feels like there's like weird vibrations coming from like other units or something, and I got like, it felt like my bed started vibrating real fucking hard and heavy, and I was just like, okay, well, I wouldn't be able to go back to sleep during this anyway, so I should probably get up and, you know, watch some anime, get all set up. That was like an hour ago. I guess I'll say, given that it's like a fancy advanced feature, we should probably be collecting as many of the things as possible. You know what I also think playing this one feels a little bit darker than the last one. The last one was really overly bright, I feel like. Also, question, did they change the bonuses at all from the original game? Wow, that balloon just fucking fell. What the hell? That's not what they're supposed to do. They added creme coins like falling in the foreground, and maybe a sound effect or two like whoop. And there was a little bit of a whoop for that sound effect when the creme coin appeared. Also, did the original Clops Romp have like, or whatever the song is called, did it have like an introduction where it was all silent and crap for like half a minute? That seems weird to me. Okay, what do you have, Winky? Homework? Oh, a scrapbook. Okay, like the first game on GBA. There's cameras as well? Okay, so the camera thing is still in effect. Yeah, also, you no longer save with Wrinkly Kong in this. Like the previous one, they just let you save wherever. This makes this the easiest version of the game, I guess, you know, the drama of having to get through a world. Why is the math wrong? Oh, in Wrinkly's place, they're monkeys. It's a joke. It's joke math, not real math. I'm sure Rare knows how to add numbers or whatever the math was in question. They call it maths in England, in little old England, last I heard. But don't hold them against it. Don't hold that against them. They know how to add numbers. Wee! Let's go. Level 4. Woo woo. I feel like the backgrounds here are more blue than they were originally. I mean, I guess Mode 7 is not a thing on the GBA. But actually, those like 3D-ish backgrounds like look kind of good. I wonder how they managed to keep that effect without Mode 7. You know, people say Mode 7 is something that you know, a GBA port might struggle with. Some of the features and stuff that this platform just don't have. I wonder if they ever thought about just, you know, making the GBA a little more, you know, one-to-one with the SNES. Hell, you know, originally when the GBA was announced, they showed it, like, with a Yoshi's Story looking at Yoshi game. That would be kind of unimaginable, really. This level is pretty bright, actually. I said in the last one that it was, you know, not as bright. This one's bright. This one's like, ooh, shit. Especially if you compare it to the, like, box art, which is on the side. Crook and K. Rool there. I can still get that by doing the partner team-up throw. I like the team-up throw. It's a neat traversal exploration ability. I feel like, you know, they could build on that again. They could do that again. Not probably one of the most talked about things that DKC2 does, you know. People talk about the amazing design and the you know, best-in-class level design and the cool atmosphere and the good vibes, the cool vibes. But not so much about collectible design, bonus design, things of that nature that DKC2 is, like, best in class at. People don't talk about the team-up ability, which is neat and good, and I like it. Shout out to teaming up, throwing, and such. Let's take a quiz. How does this work? Was there originally... I thought there was originally one quiz per area. You have to do 3 quizzes in each world to, like, clear the thing? Oh, what the fuck. 2. 4. God damn it. Oh, you jump on the thing? Oh, that's really weird. I know that one. It's Main Brace Mayhem. Rigging Riot. That's a good name. In the first level of the game, which of these is not a background object? Oh, I feel like it's a gun. I did it! Let's do this one as well. This will be quick. What is your name? It's Swanky. What is the first enemy that you see in the game? It's a Neek. It's not just the furry rat, it's a Neek specifically. This is Gangplank Galleon. One more, let's knock this out. This is not a bad version of this quiz. I forget if you originally had, like, all of them. This is a trick question because in the original, it would be Y. On an Xbox controller, it's X, at least the way I have it mapped. But in reality here, where we're playing on an actual GBA, it's B button. What is the name of the first level in the game? It's Pirate Panic. Pirate Picnic? What is the name of the enemy boss who has kidnapped the thing? It's K. Rool. Okay, it's just lives for Funky. It's not like DK coins, things of that nature. Some of these, you know, you might notice that there's more DK coins in this one. The reason is that they've added a bunch for the minigames that they've added. The minigames give, like, a whole bunch of Ooh, wow, that's a... I don't like the sound of this of rattly. I don't like this rattly sound. Like, I mean, I guess it's not that different from the Mario Wonder jump sound, now that I'm thinking about it, but rattly does not sound like this in the original DKC2. Definitely not so, like, musical and, like, keyboardy. Also, he's supposed to go like, honk, when he takes a hit. See ya, Radley. Whatever, I guess it's fine. Hey, I bet it's a hardware issue with the GBA version here. Whatever. What am I doing? If it's any consolation, we would have lost Ramby in a second anyway. Because there's the no Radley sign right there. We can just use our team up to get around, like, not having him. Anyway. Hey, how about a card? Y'all hear that there's a Bocchi the Rock Season 2? There's a Bocchi the Rock Season 2. It was announced over the weekend. I think that's fantastic. Bocchi the Rock was one of my favorite anime of the last couple years. My anime of the year, like, 3 years ago? 2-3 years ago? And, goddamn, really happy to see a Season 2 confirmed. It's, you know, kind of been a thing that I, like many, have suspected would come. I feel like not getting up there probably cost me, like, a... We already got the feather, so it can't be anything but, like, a photograph, but... And here's the DK coin, but whatever. That's, exciting. I can't wait to see that, come together. Okay, there's nothing up here. I wasted a trip. Again, we're going for just, any percent style. I'll say, if there was a code in this game, like in the original game, where you could get, where you could just get, everything, how come that didn't trigger the ending thing? Whatever. That's fine. I would avail myself of it. Frankly's help. Frankly's help. Level stats. Okay. Good shit. That's exciting. Can't wait to see it. I think it's minigame time, folks. We got, first off, we should double back and do the racing. Do at least one of... I'm gonna say I don't think the racing is that different, like, world to world. I feel like the racing, we can just, maybe do it once. But the other minigame... Oh, there's like a... We can invest in some stats. Well, I'll get some speed, a little bit of boost, and a little bit of flight. Okay, sure. You can sort of invest in points and stuff. You can hit B to boost. Smoky! Oh, I might be cooked. Look at these guys. They're like all, like, better than espresso here. By like, orders of leaps and bounds. Not good. Oh, you have to hold down the, B button to, just go in general. Kind of weird. Also, these guys seem tough, but I'm kind of keeping up with the best of them here. I think that the NPC got the collectible, so and as a result we could not. That's really weird. Okay, though. You can work like that, game. I'm not going to, oh, fuck me. I got the collectible, though, and apparently I passed everyone somehow. Stats aside, it looks like apparently it's very rubber banded. Apparently. I mean, that's the only explanation for what happened, right? We fell behind, so they all took it easy on old Espresso. I do think in this version of the game, having like a quarter to a third of the DK coins be from minigames kind of undervalues them. I mean, I guess they always had like an arbitrary value, but like, I don't know, man. They were always like the one of a kind, like collectible in each level. It meant something in the original. And now it's like, okay, you did a minigame. Here's a DK coin. Whoopee. It's like, okay, well, I don't know. Hey, Killer 6400, 6400, 100 bits. Thank you for the 100 bits. That's really great. Did a bunch of 100 bits. That should be enough to see some like things fly across the screen. Did things fly across the screen? Did you see stars? I'll check that happened. Have fun playing DKC2. I would watch, but you got important stuff tomorrow in the morning. So, hey. And hi and bye, Connor Tooth 656 9 Yoshi. Your emote didn't work there, Killer. Sad. Let's do it. We gotta fly the gyrocopter in this little mini game here. The mini game you have a gun. The gyrocopter has a gun. We have to pass through rings. Wow, this is flying through rings is not something you see that much anymore. You know, I wonder if there's any particular reason. It's not like, you know, people obviously kind of associate rings with, like, say, the likes of, God damn it. Kind of associate with the likes of Superman 64, true. But, like, I don't know, man. What else are you gonna do when you're flying around, I guess? Other than fly through rings, maybe. You have to, like, land softly. Mission completed. That was, pretty mid, as mini games go. But we just unlocked the ability to fly around to different worlds, so, you know, that's like, handy. Why does it have to freeze every time it saves? That's also, I don't know about that either. Let's do it! Crow! Creepy Crow! Creepy Crow is cool. Creepy Crow is a good boss. And then Creepy Crow appears later and continues to be a good boss. And I'll say this, I think Creepy Crow is the best reused boss, recolored boss in any game, in any video game. I cannot think of a better time, a better example of a boss who is just straight up a recolor. I guess this game also has Clubba and Crusha, who are, one of them's not a boss, but, you know, kind of still a recolor, quote-unquote. I don't think you can do better than Crow and Creepy Crow. You'll see Creepy Crow later, it'll make sense. You'll see them and go like, oh, I can see why this would be, top tier. Nothing better. What about things such as, you might ask, what about things such as the dragon in, TTYD? What about the multiple dragons that are different colors and, like, other instances of reuse? I'll say I think that this game justifies it the best. It makes it work the best. And, you'll see. You'll see. Second world, let's go. Crocodile Cauldron. In the Donkey Kong Land, Crocodile Cauldron is kind of combined with Kremque to create a bigger overall world due to reasons. Because the boss of Kremque is a recolor, you know, so you can't do that on the Game Boy original. but you can do it on the Game Boy Advance. Also, the Game Boy Color, also an option for that. I think from here on out, let's do Funky when we get to him. And we gotta do the bug hunt at least once. The bug hunt that what's-his-face has. But other than that, let's just we don't have to do Espresso Racing again. That minigame is not good. I feel like it's fair to say not good. I'm not telling you all anything you don't know. I'm not speaking out of turn. There's a camera there. Oh! They put a camera over an enemy, and that means if you kill the enemy, you get a thing? That's not bad. That's a good way to handle that. Like, that's low-key a good way of making, like, just cheap extra collectibles. Like, hey, kill this enemy, and that's collectible now. Yeah. I think that was also the case in the first DKC GBA, but it was not telegraphed. You just sort of had to, guess. You just had to, like, trial and error. Just play the game a lot, I guess. I must have 100%ed it on GBA at some point back in the day, and I must have just done that by playing through it over and over and over again, as you do when, you know, there's only like 4 or 5 platformers on the GBA, and most of them are remakes of SNES games. Or NES games. Hey, Storm Trippin', what's up? How you doing? Oh, you got a little train next to your name now, on account of that hype train. That's neat. Here, the Kong coin is over here, so I'm gonna roll and get that. Again, I'm not committing to getting Prem coins. The goal here is just to get to the end, and you know, if I could just do a cheat code and get to all the Lost World levels, I would. I should probably at least get enough things to get into the Lost World once and do maybe 1 level. Because it is cool. Like, we should see the Lost World, even if we can't, like, finish the Lost World. DKC2 rocks. Oh yeah, you do love it. Yes, I do as well. I think this version is holding up better than DKC GBA 1 did. This feels a lot better. It looks not quite as light. I say that, and then I compare the key art there to the game. It is pretty blown out. But, like, also I've seen worse. 100%. 100% seen, worse. One more anime card I got. Also, they added pause message to the pause screen instead of it just being like, nothing. One more card about anime. Actually, there might be another one. I left my A-rank party to help my further students reach the dungeon depths. I was watching the last episode of that, and just thinking about, like, okay, this is kind of boring, kind of, like, whatever. The characters are nice enough and all, but there's just kind of a lot of nothing. It's kind of just pretty bland. And I was sort of thinking about that, and, you know, also a ongoing criticism of, like, the show is like a very basic dungeon crawling show with a basic gimmick of, basic conceit of like, okay, the main character, he left his party and they really didn't appreciate him, and now he has a new party that appreciates them. You know, that is a subgenre of anime at this point. People like the fantasy of, getting a job where people appreciate them, it turns out. That is a very popular notion. but this is a very bland interpretation of it. It also has like a weird streaming element where the dungeon people stream their dungeoneering, but like it's sort of written in a way that as a streamer, or maybe even as a stream viewer, I go like, this reads like it was written by someone who has never seen a live stream, and certainly has no idea what, how that would really play out, right? Like, there are scenes where they're like, okay, should we open this chest on stream? No, if we get something good, people might be upset. Turn off the stream right now. And it's like, yo, what are you doing? I mean, it doesn't fucking matter because this is not a real thing, you know, but like, if you were a real streamer, you would keep you would pull the gacha on stream. You know, you would, you know, before you went into the boss battle, you would first say like, hey guys, what's up? It's time for the stream. Hey, we're about to go fight the boss. This is my new party. You know, it's fine, whatever. It doesn't have that. I get it. The person doesn't know what they're doing, what they're writing about, but yeah. Anyway, the key tipping point was when I looked on AniList and realized that there were 24 episodes of it, and I went like, oh crap, I thought I was halfway done, and I was just about to, you know, 6 episodes away from giving it a 3 out of 5. Turns out I'm 18 episodes. Oh, fuck that. I'm out. So yeah, drop that shit. It's like somewhere between a 2 and a 3, but like, I can't do that for 24 episodes. That's way too much of a commitment, and I'm not gonna lock myself in just because I got through the first 3. That's silly talk. Gyrocopter, yay! Speaking of, whoopsie daisy. Get that list of all the things I'm going to talk about today out of here. Speaking of, Rock Party wanted to see some pulls. Yeah, let's do some pulls. I got my packs up right here. Let me pull some, Pokemon Pockets right now. I saved them for y'all. I didn't pull them ahead of time or nothing. Ooh. I always do the one that's flipped over. You know this about me. Here we go. Let's see. Did that look good? Oh, hey, Cynthia, that's new for me. And, Garchomp, I like Garchomp a lot. Garchomp's like one of my favorite Pokemon, I think. I did over the weekend, like, a whole grid of, like, favorite Pokemon overall. And, that's obviously a resealed pack. I did a whole grid of, like, favorite Pokemon for each generation by type. And then, like, favorite per type, favorite per generation. And, if you're wondering what my favorite Pokemon is, it's Dragonite? No, it's Toxicroak. You're wondering why I'm choking on it. I was just thinking, like, Croagunk is the pre-evolution, and then there's Toxicroak. Yes. I love fighting types that have an element as well, and, I think Toxicroak is just, like, the coolest of them, you know. Just, like, the coolest of them. I gotta put that onto my thing so I can show that off on Friday. I'll show that off on Friday, the grid I filled up. You know, 151 Pokemon, that's it? Gotcha. I guess it's unreasonable for everyone to just hear Toxicroak and know who that is. He's a frog that punches. He's cool. It's cool. Nothing. We got nothing. We got that one new supporter card. Probably a good thing if I want to build the Garchomp deck. I'll say Garchomp. Great Pokemon. Garchomp is, maybe my favorite dragon. I think it was my favorite dragon. Or maybe the one that was with the missiles was. No, I think it's Garchomp. I mean, Garchomp is like a hammerhead dragon. That's just cool. I love hammerhead sharks. Probably the coolest shark. Definitely the coolest shark. That's just true. Alright, there you go. Satisfied, Rock Party? Okay, so we can, oh, this is a whole thing. It's not just doing rings this time. We have to, like, get ammo and aim in specific directions. Do some Wonder Pick? Oh, okay, hang on. Let me see. Let me see if I got anything good. Well, I can at least do this. I always do upper right. Or maybe lower right. Togepi. I have plenty of those. I have plenty of Wonder Pick juice, but I want to wait until I get an EX. I don't want to pull for anything that's not an EX. Even like something that just has arts. To me, I want to get an EX. I want to finish up my, my gameplay relevant collection. So like, you know. Nothing here that I would necessarily pull for right now. You gotta always keep an eye on that. I don't really know, like, how often that, refreshes, but... What the fuck? What are we doing here? What? Huh? We have 10 minutes. We have to get bombs? This is like a whole thing. Am I shooting these chests? I have no idea what's going on in this minigame, folks. I know the chest is there. I already tried hitting the B button. The A button fires, I can drop a bomb. I hit left. I hit L to, look forward. And R to, like, strafe. Helicopter strafe. I must need to go get a grapple hook or something. Or maybe these missiles. Wow, this is really much more elaborate than I remembered. I thought it was just the Superman 64 style ring stuff. I guess it's worth noting the Superman 64 is also somewhat elaborate. That didn't do anything. Dropping a bomb on it is also pretty elaborate insofar as, you know, there's like missions and objectives and things that you have to do. There's spiders spitting webs at me. Okay, what, huh? You can restart the thing, but with no... The timer is still where it was? But all the items are, like, resets. Man, this is a weird minigame. I forgot about... If you asked me yesterday, I would say, like, yeah, these are all just, like, you just fly through hoops. You just fly through loops, and there's just, like, you know, different skins on it. Whoa, you can blow up the crates. Some crates. That's weird, man. Also, there's, like, a new song. You can drown? I mean... I guess that makes sense on some level, but, like, you can't drown... you know, if you were to submerge a helicopter with an open cockpit, you would expect it to drown. Got vaccines today, by the way. Got vaccinated against the flu. Got flu shots, by the way, if you're wondering what this is. But usually the Kongs don't need to breathe air and get by without. So jot that down. That's fucked up. Okay, I guess I'll say maybe we won't commit to, like, completing these. These seem like a whole to-do. Might be more the chopper needs air. Yeah, that makes sense. How the hell do you deal with this timer? Oh, there we go. It goes up to... Okay, it goes up to like 60 seconds there, once you get like a comically large bubble. How come the bubble has like so much more air than just breathing regular ass air does? You should have like the maximum air coming out of the air part of the level. Also, we're getting like 10 seconds added. That's instant death. That's instant death. This minigame might be, you know, earlier when I was playing the one that was just loops, I was like, this is kind of a Superman 64, haha. Now I'm playing this one, I'm going like, oh, this is kind of a Superman 64, but like, in a dark, twisted way that makes you like, dead inside. It probably isn't as bad. I'm a sweet summer child. I haven't played the actual worst games of all time before. So I really, have nothing to, it's probably not nearly as bad as the actual thing, but, you know, for a minigame in, like, what can be a version of, what is basically a version of one of the best video games of all time, I don't know if it's good enough. I feel like you should have a better minigame in your port of one of the best games of all time, Donkey Kong Country 2. I don't know why these bubbles come in different denominations. That's really weird. I can get a repair, that's nice. This just shouldn't exist? I mean, yes, but, you know, at this time they just thought, like, let's add some minigames. You know, as the Kong helpers sort of lost their purpose, they put in a new purpose, which was minigames. You know, no longer do you have to go to Wrinkly to save. No longer... do you have to not... Do you not have to go to, what's his name? To go to the Lost World? As these changes got made, they were like, okay, well, these Kong helpers kind of don't have a point anymore, so we gotta give them something new. And the Game Boy Advance solution was minigames, minigames. Hey, Cranky Kong, or what the fuck am I saying? What are you doing here? Do I need to take my... Do I need to bring the... Oh boy, this was an escort mission the whole time! This was an escort mission the whole time! We left, our escorts. Yes, let's abort. I think you need to go fuck yourself! Maybe I shouldn't be so dramatic. Tell me how you do this. You can use R2 strafe and L2 face forward. Hey, fuck you, says Stormtrippin'. Ha! That's, way more clever than what I said. I just, lashed out at my man Funky Kong, who doesn't deserve that. We love Funky Kong here. I'm sorry, Funky Kong. I just really didn't like the minigame. You know? You made me do Superman 64 stuff. How do you do that? Press select to release the winch. Fuck off, really? It was select button. God damn it. One more try. He knows it's terrible. He doesn't need to be reminded. Yeah. He wishes this game had new funk mode. You know, I'll say there was a lot of things added in this game in the other DKC GBAs, in Donkey Kong Country Returns for the 3DS and later the Switch. But the best addition they ever made was new funky mode. And it wasn't levels, it wasn't like, you know, significant reams of content. It was just like, hey, there's a new playable character, and he's just the best. He's just really strong, and you can go really fast. My god, I just took a bunch of fucking damage. If we die here, we're done. I don't know why we have to escort this fucking thing. Like, what does that add to the mission? Just, how about have you fly and deal with enemies for the first time? Is that not enough? Is that not enough? I mean, I think it's too much, really. Those extra characters are vital when you have younger kids. Right, yeah, if you play the, if you play, like, the multiplayer mode. I like the single-player mode. Let me hit the button there to get rid of that, bot. I got it. There we go. Perfect, okay. Didn't, screw myself up by, like, dying whilst administrating. Good. How about another card while I'm just going through the bits? I finished Better Call Saul Season 6, Part 1. Finished the first half of the last season of Better Call Saul, which, as I understand it, is like the last of the, you know, Better Call Saul portion of Better Call Saul, like the fun parts of Better Call Saul. Seems like from here it's kind of the depression part of Better Call Saul, you know, the flash forward part, which I'll say is... What's... Okay, there you go, there's your delivery. Cool dude. Mission complete. A single player goes out the window at some point. It's either you play with them or not at all. You should watch more Saul. I'll say, having finished it, I do think... I'm a little bit mixed on it, honestly. I think that the Saul Goodman parts are fantastic. I loved a lot of the, like, chicanery and all that legal bullshit that Saul gets up to. But I also feel like the only way... I also feel like there's a lot in that show that is just, like, self-indulgent. Insofar, it's like, what is Mike doing? Oh, he's just being a cool dude for 5 seasons. And once he had an emotional scene once, where he recounted something that happened, like, before the show even starts. His big emotional moment is just telling a story about that we don't get to see. And otherwise, he's just sort of the tough badass that he was in Breaking Bad. You know, there's not really a character growth, it's just, like, kind of self-indulgent, you know? I'll say, it is true what people say. I saw people, I sort of brought up this criticism, and some people said, like, it is fun to watch Saul, or watch, Mike do Mike stuff. It is fun to watch Gus Fring be a cool guy as well. And I'll say, like, yeah, but, like, you know, it's also fun to see the film crew do their bullshit, but, like, they are just side characters who exist to supplement, like, Saul Goodman and his bullshit. Ain't nothing but a G-Fring. Gus is a great character, I'll say that. And, like, Esposito, or whatever his name is, he's, like, called that. I just watched a YouTube video talking about how he was in the Red Hulk movie, the Captain America movie. So that's how I'm remembering his name right now. He's a great actor, but I feel like he was just there to give an Oscar-worthy performance, and not because there was anything that needed to be said about Gus Fring, you know. And I think some of the things that, like, the show establishes as far as Gus Fring kind of makes it silly that, like, he lost to Walter White, right? Like, you know, it's setting up so much stuff of, like, oh yeah, the meth lab was really hard to get going. The feud with the cartel, he had so many precautions. And you know that thing that was kind of a weird in Breaking Bad, but you didn't care because it was fine, you know? It seemed like he was just a low-key dude living his life. Like, you know, hiding in plain sight and all. Well, what if it was really weird? Spoilers. What if there's 2 houses? You know, like, what the fuck is that shit? That question just makes me ask, like, why didn't, like, they suss out that, Walter White was using explosives and just, like, have a bomb-sniffing dog with, Gus Fring with him at all times? Like, the Better Call Saul Gus Fring would have gotten a dog-sniffing, bomb-sniffing dog, and Mike Ehrmantraut would have helped him. I guess Mike Ehrmantraut was preoccupied. Maybe that's why. Maybe if during the events of Breaking Bad, Mike Ehrmantraut was there, he would have said, like, now, Mr. Fring, you're gonna want to get a bomb-sniffing dog. Walter White, he likes bombs, he likes science. I broke into his house, I saw his bomb-making stuff. He's definitely gonna bomb you. You're gonna want to get a bomb-sniffing dog. He would have said that, and it'd be a whole thing. The amount of times Walter wasn't just shot in the face, that is also true. Walter got a lot of passes. It's true. I'll say I've been watching this with my folks, and my dad and I, we have taken to doing Mike Ehrmantraut voice, like, as a joke, whilst watching the show. Just, like, monologuing the things he's doing in a low, monotone voice. Just like, oh, this, I'm riding the forklift. You're gonna want to get in the forklift. Things like that, just mundane shit. And, my mom hates it. My mom just, like, keeps telling us, like, God, shut the fuck up! Stop it! Just, like, random outburst of Mike Ehrmantraut voice. I don't think I can convey how funny it is. I feel like it's a you had to be there situation. You have to be there when me and my dad just, like, go off on Mike Ehrmantraut voice. He's kind of just a tough guy in everything that he does. You know, to the point where we're watching scenes where he's interacting with his granddaughter and just saying things like, you know, like, and doing the voice then, and just, you know, amusing ourselves to no end. You're gonna wanna get some ice cream when you go to the grocery store. Do they have bacon? You're gonna wanna get some bacon. I don't know if I'm even good at it. I just know that, like, my dad is amused by it, and I'm amused by his version of it. And it's good. I never claimed to be good at voices. Get a bag, paper bag. Oh, we didn't do the bug hunt thing. That reminds me. Somehow. Get a bag, paper bag. I think that like Mike Ehrmantraut is great as a side character, right? You know, great as a side character where it's like, okay, he's just there to support the shenanigans or to be like the muscle or the logistics end of the Enterprise. But if he's expected to like have plots that don't have anything to do with the other characters, I just feel like that's low-key really weak. Low-key really weak. It's like if you had like a Pulp Fiction sequel and the you had the wolf. The wolf, that's his name? You had the wolf like you know, just like doing the laundry. You know what I mean? Like, the wolf does not do the laundry, okay? You don't have the wolf do the laundry. That's his name, right? The wolf exists as like a silver bullet, you know, can take care of anything. He's uber confident, uber capable, but when you introduce him as part of a big show, you just sort of ended up, or like, have him have like weird arcs and make like half the show about him and what he's up to, that even in cases where it doesn't tie into Jimmy McGill. You just go like, okay, so he's working at a toll booth for a while, and then he just suddenly knows how to audit warehouses. I learned all this at the warehouse, at the toll booth. I don't know, that really makes sense that he would be just such a super genius at like inspections. I don't know. I think the more time it spends away from Saul Goodman, it's kind of a shame. You know, I feel like all the cartel stuff, all the Mike stuff should have been done through the lens of Jimmy McGill, but yeah. Again, loved all the stuff with Jimmy McGill and friends. Jimmy McGill, his brother, Kim, the Howard Hamlin, fucking great characters, and very fun to see all that unfold. I wish there was a little more of the stuff. I know he used to be a cop. I still don't know how being a cop... I don't know how being a cop makes you good at warehouse inspections and like, you know, on-the-ground security, necessarily. The logistics end of a drug empire. That seems like a weird thing to come out of being a cop with a knack for, but whatever. It's not really important in the original series how he got so good. He's a dirty cop. I understand that as well. It's not really important in the original series how he got so good at what he was. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if that's like a spin-off they eventually do. You know, like, young Ehrmantraut in Chicago, just like, you know, getting the skills that he will one day use to be like the Mr. Fix-It, like, Mr. Fix-It, pro. You know, your wolf character. You're sending in the wolf. He's that. And, I do think, though, if you do that, please recast him. He's just... I don't know that he can play a young man anymore. I don't think he can play a younger version of himself. I'm sorry, it's just a little bit, the ages of the character in the show is a little distracting as well. I still have to watch the last couple episodes. Next few weeks, I will. I'll say, for what it's worth, I haven't really cared for the flash forwards yet. The flash forwards is probably my least favorite part of the show. It is just like no fun at all, and I don't like that. I like the show when it's fun, and those so far have been not fun, and I'm kind of weirded out by the notion of like whole entire episodes of it. I don't want to spoil or nothing, but I have seen the thumbnails, and also I have heard like, oh yeah, there's a whole season that's like that from my folks and stuff. Like these last 5 episodes are in the future, and I'm kind of a little bit worried because I don't love those parts at all. I don't like those parts at all. So I don't know, maybe it'll show me things that tie the whole show together. I don't know like how Mike Ehrmantraut or Gus Fring could be relevant, you know, after the events of Breaking Bad. You know, all the time spent with them is essentially out the window. Oh, you know, if you watch Better Call Saul first, you're gonna be like, okay, that was great. Now then, the finale, how is that gonna tie into all these characters? And, you know, someone has to pull you aside and be like, well, hang on though. Gus Fring, Mike Ehrmantraut, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but you should probably watch Breaking Bad before you watch, any of the flash forwards, I guess. I don't know if they spoil anything, the last of the flash forwards. Maybe it's fine. I'm struggling with the timing here. God damn it. I don't want to alarm you or nothing, but watch the show. I'll say, based on what I've seen, I think Breaking Bad is much better than Better Call Saul in my book. I just feel like Breaking Bad is one of the best shows of all time, and Saul is kind of a mixed bag. I'll say there was a lot of like Mike Ehrmantraut doing badass stuff in the desert where I was just sort of like really bored. And then like it got back to Jimmy McGill and I'm like, oh crap, it's Jimmy McGill. Hey, it's a show. I'm interested again. You know, just night and day. In a way that's just like almost comical. You know, I get that it's like good drama and all, but I don't need that much of the cartel stuff, and you know, I feel like the cartel stuff should have tied into the Jimmy stuff more often and more frequently if it was gonna be a big part of the show. And I'll admit, it paid off some of that stuff in the end, but like that's like a long-term thing. I feel like on a season-by-season basis, some amount of payoff would be appreciated. Squawk Shaft is done in the books. Fantastic. Ooh. We did do Hot Head Bop. We did do. Wait, what the fuck's down here? Oh, they moved Clubba's kiosk. Oh, we couldn't do bugs even if we wanted to earlier on. Gabe? Okay, I will do it. Catch as many bugs as you can. Okay. What is this shit? Haha. Wow, fuck. Weird. Okay, so these bugs are landing. We want to, like, dodge out to the side to avoid this asshole who is being a real dick about his minigame. Wait, we lose all our fireflies if we take a hit? That really sucks. What the fuck? That super sucks. Wow. I don't think this game is, this minigame is very good. Also, you can't get up to the toll booth area. I guess... Hey, is Clubba the Mike Ehrmantraut of, Donkey Kong Country 2? Do you think that Clubba's voice is Mike Ehrmantraut voice? Scurvy dogs, take this as your reward. No, that doesn't work in Mike Ehrmantraut voice. I can't picture Mike Ehrmantraut talking about a reward or speaking like a pirate. Walter, take this as a reward. Here's your money, Walter. Here's your 4 bananas, Walter. Fuck that shit, we out! We'll try to get enough Creme coins to see the Lost World throughout this. But, you know... What level should we play from the Lost World? Let's do Animal Antics. Animal Antics is like the one that has had a change in this version and would be perhaps relevant to see. I wonder if this boss has any changes. Like, all the DKC1 boss fights had like significant changes in them. But I don't think these ones have much. I mean, DKC2 was pretty much perfect as far as the boss fights go to begin with. Maybe this, like, field of hooks appeared faster. And you know, I don't remember the lightning being quite so pronounced. Was the lightning always so pronounced? That, I didn't see a way around that. We'll get it this time. Wah! I don't think so. Overall, just brighter? Yeah, it seems pretty much the same. I feel like I would have noticed and remembered, like, lightning that went over the background, though. The lightning that goes over the mountain background, that's conspicuous in a way that, I bet is different. Oh, I probably could have climbed up here and, like, ponytail twirled over. Is there the mounds on the other side? No, there's no mound here. I think in the original game, this dude came in from, like, above more often than not, more than the side. Maybe they tweaked that to be a little nicer for people. I would guess some minor tweaks here, but like... What? Okay. Very minor tweaks. Oh, I think also there was a gimmick where you could see the hand holding onto the blade. You gotta go. See you later, Stormtrip, and you have a good one. Part of the gimmick is that cool. Is that the one who wields wields that sword is like the new boss, I think, is the gimmick. Is the idea, is the conceit. Man, DKC. You know what? Playing this again, this looks great. This is great to look at. I remember seeing there's some specific detail about like how this version is different, and like if you look at them side by side, it's like glaring. It's like, holy shit, like the games exist on a different scale, like the sprites and the back. They're just different sizes, but like I don't have an A-B comparison ready to go. I can't like tell what the difference is. If we're smaller or bigger. I'm gonna guess we're smaller. It feels to me like we're smaller. We might be bigger, though. Feels to me like we're smaller. And that the original game, the original sprites, were bigger. Just based on this level and my intuition. I might have that totally backwards, though. I don't know why they put Superman 64 in this. Oh well, we'll deal with those as we get to them. Hey, how about another card? I don't have that many, but y'all hear about Nintendo's rewards programs ending? Kind of a fucked up thing to announce, but they said, they revealed today, like, hey, straight up, let me pull up this image. Gold points, the thing where you get, like, gold points every time you buy something, and eventually you cash in and get, like, a free indie game, or something of that nature, that's going away. That's not gonna be a thing pretty soon, like, across the board. And, I heard that today and went, oh man, that's a real damn shame. You know, I've made fun of, like, the Xbox alternative to that, which is, like, the Xbox alternative to that, where just as I buy things like Metaphor, I get text messages, you know, chat messages. I get Xbox Live messages that go like, you are 50% of the way to a $1.25 gift card. Which, like, okay, thanks. I guess. Just tell me when you have it for me. Thanks. I got under the barrel? You could go under the barrel in this version? I'm pretty sure those barrels or jump through are, like, semi-solid in the original game. Like, let's... Yeah, it's like a wall. Weird. Maybe I'm imagining that, or maybe that's just a scenario you would never happen in the original. Maybe you just died before you could get under and try to jump from there, but that's weird. It's a damn shame they don't have that rewards program anymore, and it's a damn shame because they had, like, the best one. You know, like, damn. And then I heard also that the voucher system, yeah, that's not gonna work on Switch 2 games. Any Switch 2 exclusive, quote unquote, which does make me wonder, like, wait, okay. So when you say Switch 2 exclusive, do you mean, like, if I want to play, like, the Switch 2 version, you know, higher res and all, do I have to, like, forego my vouchers? I think I still have a voucher or two kicking around. And, like, you're telling me there's not going to be any more games? But, like, what about, you know, Metroid Prime 4? If I want to get, like, the Switch 2 version of Metroid Prime 4, can I use my voucher for that? It's unclear, and that's, honestly quite annoying. I guess the only thing I can hope for right now is, like, okay, well, now would be a great time to release a port of certain... Is this dark? Holy shit, this is not dark at all in this version. You know, whatever. This would be a great time to release Wind Waker again and Twilight Princess, and then I could use whatever vouchers I still, have kicking around on those two games, and then it would be, you know, sorted out. And everyone else could as well. That would be the nicest thing they could do. The meanest thing they could do is it's just like, oh, if you bought a voucher thinking like, oh, I'll vouch something. Whatever they announce, I'll vouch it. If that was your plan, you might be fucked. And that's real gross. I kind of preferred the brightness before Glimmer showed up, sadly. Sorry, Glimmer. You're kind of unnecessary in this version. You know, so long as we have the backlight of a television screen or the SP, in either case, you're just kind of feeling silly out here. You know, your services are no longer required. I can see where I'm going, no matter what. You're just sort of making the enemies look all neon colored. Which I'll say is cool. I'll say I like the look of, like, neon yellow flotsam. There's neon pink Shuri. It's Shuri, right? Like the Marvel character. Coincidence. Puffed Up doesn't get to be neon colored because Puffed Up is already white. There's Lockjaw, neon orange. Lockjaw looks pretty good. Shuri. Camera Shuri. Yeah, the Puffed Ups are just normal. Or just normal. Normal Puffed Ups. Normal clownfish in background. Normal bluefish in background. In background. Wait, are there multiple colors of flotsam? That's the blue one. Wasn't there a yellow one earlier on? Huh. Makes you, doesn't really make you think. No. It's just a little bit curious, is all. Don't. Fuck! I wanted to be careful about that because this is a long level and all. I was like, don't run into the back. I just jumped right on the top of motherfucker. That you can't even time that right. You gotta roll and time it good. I wanted to jump over is what I wanted to do. Damn it. How about another card? While we're going through this remarkably bright level full of neon fish. Did you hear about the Marvel Rivals layoffs? Yeah. Some real rough news out of the video game industry last this last day, really. First there was that Nintendo benefits program suspension news, and then just it got out that, like, yo, Marvel Rivals, one of the most successful games of the last couple months, a game that made like 100 million in its first month. Yeah, it's being hit by layoffs. Everyone in the U.S. side of that of that studio is just gone, laid off, wholesale. In fairness, you know, it is worth noting, like, okay, yeah, it is a support studio. It's not like the main staff. It's not like the content team. I'm not sure, like, how much... I'm not sure if it was, like, a support studio, if it was, like, you know, primary development, and then the content team was always in, like, China. I'm not sure, like, how that worked, and, you know, details are still getting out. And stuff. Details are still getting out about, like, how that all, like, unfolded. Yeah, totally. Some of those guys are yellow, and some of them are, blue. Actually, this is, like, late in the level. Wasn't the blue guys earlier? Maybe they changed color at some point. I don't know. That's weird. I don't know about flotsam color. Remind me in a day. Ask people about flotsam color? Okay. I'll ask some people who would know about flotsam color. There are definitely flotsam color experts out there. I could also look at DKC Atlas and see if there were multiple colors in the original Glimmer Scallion, if I was so curious, if I was so inclined. Another Flunky's Flights, another, Superman 64. Why'd you put Superman 64? One of the best games of all time. Why is there a Superman 64 minigame? I didn't read. Maybe this is just rings again. Maybe this is just rings again. Oh, we got a magnet this time. Okay. Okay. Kill those flitters. drop that off? I'm like building a robot or something. I'm like building a power armor suit. Statue. Hey, flitters don't kill me instantly. That's nice to know. Damn shame what's happening with the Marvel Rivals team. I'm very sad for them, and it's also just incredibly frustrating that, like, you know, in this industry, in not this, you know, in the games industry, I'm not in that industry. I'm in the, I'm in another industry that's a lot more, you know, a lot less, well, a lot more boring, you know what I mean? This one was nice and quick, actually. Not bad at all. Fuck you, motherfucker. Stop stealing my statue. This is a little annoying, actually, if these guys just infinitely spawn and keep on stealing statue. It is very frustrating to see, like, you know, let's say for sake of example, one of the better games of the last few years, like Hi-Fi Rush, critically acclaimed, big Game Pass success, Microsoft shutting down that entire studio. You know, just, maybe you have to get on the pieces in a certain order. So, like, you know, so long as we don't have the right arm, we can't do crap. Really bad design. Okay, I take it back. This is, not a great minigame, either. Oh, and the statue resets. That's fucking great. We'll let the timer run out. I'll give myself until the timer runs out. That's what I'll do. Here. Okay? Fucking asshole. Dipshit. Motherfuckers. Stop stealing my statue! They keep stealing my statue and putting it places where it shouldn't be. There we go. Statue complete. Go fuck yourselves. You can't steal shit now, huh? Yeah, yeah. It's gold. That means it's done. Now where's the ending? Where's the exit? I just want to get the fuck out of here now. I have a minute to find the ending. A minute and a half to find the exit. I have no idea. It could be anywhere. I'll say I have heard some speculation. Oh, here it is. Yay, we did it. Woo, woo, yeah, woo, haha, yay. You sure know how to handle that old bird. I would prefer I was playing as the old bird and not the new helicopter. That would be much preferable. I'll say I have heard theories that a lot of this has to do less with, like, the fucked up, you know, just like knee-jerk, okay, it's time to cut and run, it's time to downsize team right as the game goes live, especially considering this is a live game where they are putting out an ungodly amount of content on the regular, you know, Marvel Rivals is. I've heard it might have more to do with just Marvel Rivals being a game that's mostly developed in China, and the American team being, well, in America. Like, that is, perhaps with current situations, a tricky proposition, and just maybe Chinese companies all over are divesting themselves from US investments, which just makes you go like, oh my god, how much collateral damage are we looking at from just how much collateral damage is coming down the pipe if, like, every Chinese company is going to divest themselves of their various investments. Everyone's invested everywhere, so, like, That's not good. That's not good. I don't know, in any case, it sucks, and Marvel Rivals made like $1 billion, is gonna make $1 billion, so like they can afford to have as many support staffs if they want. They're just very greedy, and I think that's just comically shitty. That's just comically shitty. And you know, a thing people say, I hate it here. That's a good phrase that sums up the current, like, everything, including the layoff situation going around. Fuck me! In general. Ugh. I think the thing that's just most maddening is, like, yeah, no, you make a great game, you get laid off. You get laid off. You make a bad game, you get laid off. I probably should have started with the good game example, because that one is just more immediately galling, you know? More obviously galling. The thing you wouldn't expect is, good game, layoffs. I don't think you should lay off any team that's proven that they can do what is a statistical improbability in today's day and age. Create a hit. Like, you find a team that can make a hit, you fucking keep them around. And I say that both to, like, the Marvel Rivals owners, but also Microsoft. Like, Tango Gameworks made you one of your best games in ages, and you just kicked them to the curb? What the fuck? What the hell? Are you out of your damn minds? And I bet, like, there would be people in charge who would probably say, like, yes, our bosses are out of their damn minds. We bought Activision, and they said, like, you're gonna have to cut something. And we said, like, God damn it, no. The whole point of this is to just continue to grow. How are we gonna grow if we sell off, like, all of our studios were great, we're great independently, and, you know, produce a good game now and again. We can't get rid of any. Okay, we'll get rid of the one that's, like, just finished a game. The calculus is fucked up. And, shit, man, I don't know how we continue getting good-ass games after good-ass games, with this shit. That level rules, by the way. I love that level. Crockhead Clamber might be, like, one of my favorite levels, ever. Overall. It's a kick-ass level. Feel like I should say that, given that, you know, we went through the whole level whilst talking about, a whole bunch of other crap. It's shit news. It's shit news, isn't it? Radley feels a little weird. I feel like Radley was faster in the original game. Like, I'm holding down the run button. Here's Radley walk. Here's Radley run. Okay, well, that's not terrible. It's just, I feel like he was originally faster. Like, his run looks like everyone else's walk. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if you compared the two, if, that is actually the case. We should also be doing some minigames just so we can get, like, at least 15 tokens. Also, Animal Antics might be more. Did they add minigames in this? No, that was the last. That was 3, and they also added tokens to compensate. And it's only the last one that makes you do a thing. I always like that you can do a jump after leaving the walking off a ledge, just very permissively, as Radley here. That's one of the things that makes Radley feel better than Winky. Just like, yep. It's practically a roll jump, except I'm just walking normal style. I just walk off a ledge and then a second later, can jump. I wonder if there's a limit to that. Like, do you have to, like, wait a spell? Or if you just... Can you go, like, like a couple seconds without jumping, and then jump? If I fall off this... There's no perceivable limit that I can tell during this minigame. Maybe after we'll be able to tell. Let's see. I'm curious. I don't know that there is a pit that we can... We can, like... Okay, in that case, I guess either I hit the death barrier or there is, like, a very slim limit, or a very, like, precise limit there. In either case, not gonna worry about it. Oh, you know what's weird? It's like coming out of the checkpoint, I was holding down B to start, and that started me off in walk mode, apparently, after... Like, yeah, landing... No, this is run mode, this is run mode. There's times where I'm wondering, like, am I in walk mode? And it's like, no, you're running, you're running. This is really much smarter how it handles the pictures in this one. It actually shows you where they are, what enemies have them. That makes it a genuinely good collectible, actually. Yeah, I feel like I'm just confused over just run mode versus walk mode. Just the speed of it is just like constantly throwing me for a loop. I'm always running. This is running. For a snake, this is running. I've said before that, like, a fun spin on it might just be like... You know how DKC3 has an enemy that's, you kill to get the DK coin? It might be more fun if, instead of a puzzle enemy, that just, like, a hidden enemy in every level that is that. And I guess, like, this is a way of doing it where it's just like, yeah, any enemy can be the snapshot enemy. I mean, it'd be cool if it was one that was, like, particularly hard to get, or particularly hard to do. And I guess the thing here is just like, yeah, well, you know, these levels weren't designed to have, like, every level a particularly hard enemy to hit. But, you know, I'll say for those making their own 2D platformers, take notes. These are some ideas you can use. This is a legitimately good idea that this DKC2 port has. A legitimately good idea. It's just, you know, as a port, it doesn't have that much an ability to, like, execute on it. You know, it doesn't add enemies. It just, has to use the ones that are already there. If you're making your own thing, you can just, you know, add an enemy. And it's cool. I would say this is, so far, a good-ass solid port. I'm really, I feel like this is a step up from the first DKC GBA version. You know, if that one was more of a mixed bag, this one's like... Yeah, I don't feel bad saying this one's a 5 out of 5. I mean, I would give a gyrocopter advisory warning. Gyrocopter advisory warning, like, you know, those minigames, they're kind of dookie. They're kind of unpleasant. They're kind of, you know, mini Superman 64. But other than that, like, you know, it looks good, it feels good. There's some new collectibles, like, honestly, like, this game kind of takes it, and the other one as well, kind of takes the collectible game up on par with like Returns and the later day DKC ones, where there's just like tons of collectibles to collect. Like, I think if this one came out on Game Boy Advance Online, I'll say this. Okay, here's my advisement. If this comes out on Game Boy Advance Online, I would suggest playing through it. This version. Why not? It's fine. It's good. It's got, like, enough differences. It doesn't screw it up at all. And you can just ignore the minigames, if you so please. The minigames are not an essential part of the proceedings. Unless you're looking to 101% it. Which, yeah. Sick! That's good. That's a good level. Slime climb. Marvel Rebels left. I got like a handful more cards left. I can take my time on that. Preamble Blast. This is a famous level. This is like the original famous level. This is like the most famous level of this game. This version of the song doesn't really have as many of the cool effects on it than the original one does it? Huh. Like, there's like a weird... reverse synth vibe to the original, like, way that it proceeded originally. Like, the chord progress... I don't know what the fuck that is. It has a little bit of it, actually. Like, I don't know how those sounds make sense. And certainly I don't see anyone other than, like, David Wise playing around with, like, the reverse... whatever synthesized... You can sort of hear it under the sound of barrels blasting. But not as quite as crisp, as quite as like well rendered. Ugh. Fuck, we were just about at the midway point. Having trouble with those like rotating barrels. Here's another card. Did y'all see a new Tony Hawk leaked? That's right, with all that bad news, how about a little good news? There's a new Tony Hawk. Apparently a guy, who's in it said like, oh yeah, I'm gonna be in it. It's a new one. And what's more, it's not just that he said I'm gonna be in a new Tony Hawk. He said, I'm gonna be in a new Tony Hawk, remaster. So, 3 plus 4? Probably 3 plus 4, but I don't know. It could be Thug. It could be Thug 2. It could be Thug 1 plus 2. It could be American Wasteland. It could possibly be even something else. I mean, I hope they don't just go, okay, time for 1 plus 2 again. That would be very silly. They already did that. It's time to do the next one. I feel like the timing here is different than on the original. Maybe that's me just blaming the Craftman blaming tools. You know, a good Craftman always blames his tools. Sometimes it is the tool's fault, though. So, you know, jot that down. Or I have to go a little earlier than I would think. Actually... Oh, did that always rotate in that direction? Probably. Wasn't there like a balloon that you raised up to the top? They took that away? They took that out? Weird. Weird omission. The camera really doesn't like this level, honestly. It's kind of darting around going like, where the fuck? What the hell? Where are you? What are you doing? I'm pretty sure this was a lot more, better in the original. I mean, if it wasn't, how would it have become a, mega classic level beloved by all, universally? Like, it would have struggled out the gate if just like, oh man, it was kind of disorienting. Every time I barrel blasted, it's just like, whoa, man. It's just disorienting is all. Ooh, hey. That's fine. Let's get the Squawks area. Seriously? Ah, crap. I feel like Squawks feels a little different. I don't know. A little faster to go up, maybe? Or maybe I'm just, like, imagining it. Maybe I thought I was holding down more. I need to be using the, D-pad for this. I don't know, like, the way this is mapped onto a, controller works a little bit better on the SNES Online, I think. I don't know. Like, when I do SNES Online, it's like, oh yeah, no, it's just, you're never accidentally doing diagonals. But maybe just like on a... I mean, I guess it's possible that my controller has a little bit of drift. I don't know. My controller is, like, as old as the Xbox Series X is. This one is, that I'm using, you know. My authentic Game Boy controller that I'm using with this Game Boy Advance game. Here's a card. The All Network. I feel like this is something that has just been sort of roughly eschewed by, like, everyone who is, like, not, like, out to get a new job actively. Right? Like, so long... Everyone I know, so long as they're, like, happily employed, they don't really give a fuck about LinkedIn or whatever. LinkedIn just seems like a place crawling with, like, you know... I don't want to say scam artists, but, you know, very much the kind of, like, thought leader, fake-ass motherfucker who just, like, you know, is a recruiter, but is more trying to be a thought leader, influencer, weird fuck. You know, in a way that is, strange. Is strange to people. My dad used to be a recruiter when he was, you know, not retired. And he said, like, you know, nowadays, he was saying, like, yeah, everyone on LinkedIn is really weird nowadays. Even people he's known for years are, like, out there being like, man, I'm ruffling and shuffling, man. I'm like, I'm rootin' tootin', I'm getting things done, I'm out here swinging for you. Let's, synergize our radicals together. You know, trying to be like an influencer, thought leader, douchebag type, and, it's not appealing. And when you see, like, you know, like, oh, some guy who wants to be your friend. Oh? Yes, he's a recruiter in, India or something, you know, not even a local recruiter. And you go like, oh. And I don't know, man, I don't know. I see that email come in and I go like, ignore? Yeah, I think that's the right answer here. I'm kind of good for the time being. Fix good. As far as, that stuff goes, I'm fine. I'm fixed good. You know, I feel like a professional network, you know, makes sense on a certain level, right? Like, no, yeah, you should have all your work friends, all your coworkers on like a network where, you know, regardless of what happens, you know, they leave, you leave, whatever, you can still get in touch and like stay in touch, but that just has become less and less of a thing, to the point where LinkedIn is just literally a bunch of smoozers trying to smooze, you know, a bunch of confidence men trying to like, you know, turn what I'm sure was originally just like a pretty reasonable profession, finding people jobs and finding companies people, into something like cartoonish and like fucked up. Nature Bucket. I was just thinking about like networking. I'll say the thing that really like made me think about it a lot the other day, this just now, is seeing the LinkedIn post from the Marvel Rivals guy that got fired, and they're very much trying to do the LinkedIn voice, you know. I say trying to, successfully doing it, like, oh, let me appreciate all my coworkers who need work, and not saying something to the effect of like, man, this is fucked up. We made a game that made $1 million, $100 million, and you're doing layoffs? If you want to work in any industry on LinkedIn, you gotta do the, you know, the ooh business is my life voice. It's so weird. It's so weird, that whole scene. I kind of don't do it, and like I've added none of my current coworkers to my LinkedIn, which is probably just how it goes this way. How it goes these days. They haven't added me either. I don't think anyone cares. You would think that connecting with colleagues would be more important than collecting with, you know, thought leaders, but man, that whole website just seems all sorts of screwy. I don't like that LinkedIn voice, and man, I think you'd be really brave if you just eschewed it and just went full shitpost mode, or at least like half shitpost mode. Just like you know, like, here's the facts. This sucks. Here's the facts. I'm gonna grab a couple more bonuses here. We need to get up to 15, I think, to get to the to see the Lost World at least a little bit. I mean, also I'll say, I am low-key considering, I saw that there's a cheat code to unlock every level. I kinda wanna see the ending. I said we'd do any percent, but, like, wouldn't seeing the actual ending be good? I don't know. We'll think about it. We'll cross that bridge after we beat, K. Rool. And we'll see, like, what time it is as well, I guess. I mean, I'll say, tomorrow is a work-from-home day, and I always like to, I don't mind going late on a work-from-home day. Tomorrow's stream probably won't go that late, given that it is not a work-from-home day, but then again, there is, snow happening outside, in theory. Or actually, it's already happened, in theory. I haven't looked. I don't know if it's snow. I don't know what the situation is. It's below freezing. It is, right? Yeah, 22 degrees. It just rained. It just snowed. It's probably really freezing out there. It's probably not gonna melt until, like, Friday. Yeah, I think I might be working from home this week. Actually, for what it's worth. For what it's worth. Hey, Luigi. This version of the song ain't so hot. Hornet Hive song. Not the hottest. Not the hottest. I'm gonna say it. I want my spider. My spider's in the hole. My spider despawned. can now no longer get the DK coin. That's fine, we're not after 100. What stream is tomorrow? Oh, I'm gonna play Avowed for the first time. I'm gonna jump into Avowed. You know, it came out today. I could have done that today, but, you know, I feel like sticking to the schedule is a good idea. You know, and the schedule says today is DKC2. Also, you know, DKC2, one of my favorite games of all time, top 2. Avowed is a brand new game. It just came out today. It's from the maker. It's from Obsidian, makers of Outer Worlds. Apparently, it takes place in the Pillars of Eternity universe. I don't know about that, but I'm looking forward to it for other reasons. It sounds really cool. People really like it. Some of the reviews are like all over the place, I guess. I mean, I'll say some people are like, oh my god, it's like, it rules. You know, people are saying things like, oh, geez, it's like top tier. You know, it's killer. And some other people are saying like, okay, it's over here. Struggling with your calculus? Gotcha. Good luck with that. Good luck with that, Luigi. I don't know what the difference is between Calculus 1 and 2 and all that. I mean, I guess no one except math teachers and students know at a certain point where the lines are drawn, what you learn in one versus another. Is it the same across, like, all colleges? You would think that curriculums would be, like, different enough where it would vary. Maybe it's, like, standardized to a degree. Like, okay, this gets taught at this point. This is the curricula for one. Oh, also the textbooks are probably also, like, usually in common with each other, you know? There's not, like, a billion of those. Oh my god, our spider defawned. We're gonna have to take a hit to get out of here. Squitter, stop despawning, please. I could have survived that, but now we get another chance to get the DK coin, if we so fancy. I understand you took different calc classes in your time. I mean, I took probably the same ones. I don't know. I don't know if they really changed. You know, you need, I was a software engineer back in, you know, college and all that. And that definitely requires a good amount of math classes. I mean, I don't... it's not, like, super connected, really. Math and computer science, you know? You don't need to, like, calculate differentials or anything in computer science or nothing. Maybe you do in, like, AI applications. Maybe something... graphics as well? Yeah, maybe. You don't always have to. Computer graphics, computer vision. Yeah, that's all math. Okay, fair. There are a lot of things that actually do require some basis in, that sort of deal. You know, in the original DKC, you could jump into the air and hit both shoulder buttons. And since they both did the web, they would cause it to come up, like, instantly. In this one, the second shoulder button is a dismount button, rather than a, web button, so you can't do that in this. You'll end up dismounting instead. You can tell this is the GBA version. Yeah, it's a little bit brighter. And the music is, you know, what they call noticeable. I think this is a good port, though. This is, I think, a better port than DKC1 was. You thought this was N64? How many N64 games have you seen? There's, like, seldom any, like, jeez. Seldom any 2D N64 games. Like, Mischief Makers is, like, the only one I can think of. Mischief Makers? Some Mario Party minigames, maybe? I do know more, yeah. Kids today, you know, young people today, don't, never had an N64, I imagine. Born, you know, after the, you know, Luigi, you were born, like... basically the DS was just coming out when you were born. Yeah. Christ. 2006? Oh my god, I did the math wrong. I was thinking like 2004. Right, no. Yeah, that's how you do math. I said I was good at math, but it's hard sometimes to do it off, like, you know, the dome. Yeah, somehow I subtracted 20 from the current year, and then I subtracted another one. That'd be going the other way. My birthday is so easy. All I do is take the date and I add 10. I take the year and I add 10. It's about the easiest, like, year 2 birthday calculation you can do. Except for, people born in the year, 2000. Those people have the easiest time. Those people don't even have to do any math, any addition whatsoever, to figure out how old they are. My birthday is in May. Look for it in May. I already decided what the stream for that's gonna be. I said so on the last stream. We came up with it. It's gonna be Super Mario Galaxy 1 and 2, switching games every 5 lives. That'll be a fun gimmick. You think that Galaxy 1 and 2 are hard enough where that'll come up? I'll say I'll do the refresh gimmick. I'll do a refresh every time we finish the every time we finish a world. Damn it. Every time we finish a world, we'll refresh our lives. That's how it worked for DKC. Returns and Tropical Freeze. We'll do it the same way for that. That'll be birthday. That's fun. I like that plan a lot. I'm really looking forward to that. The background here looks more like a thing than I think the original one did. Beyond the Mountains. I feel like Beyond the Mountains was just nothing. Just kind of a blur. And now it's like you can see individual groups of trees? Trees? I don't know. Tenuous, this background. I feel like it might be a little high on the screen. You need to go to sleep, but you wish you could stay longer, have a great stream. Yeah, gotcha. You have a great great night. We'll probably finish this game tonight. I think that's the plan. And I'm gonna debate whether I want to like just put in a code and do the final K. Rool fight. You know. As a kid, sometimes I would play through the original DKC2 just like no minigame style, right? Just, you know, doing the there was a trick in the original one where you would do a whole sequence where you would run to the right on the first level, you would run to the left, jump over stuff, and you know, shit. Do like the room with the note in it, but not touch the note, touch the thing, do a whole bunch of stuff, and then it would give you all the prem coins in the game. And that was cool and all, but this version doesn't have that, so it's not an option. I feel like when we take a hit there, we get delayed such that that zinger is badly timed. I feel like there are issues here that the original game maybe doesn't have. See, like, that's nicely timed when we don't take a hit. The zinger is just like a little bit scary. They made this where you have to do it, where you have to do the last red barrel. In the original, you could just go under it and it'd be fine. And in fact, it was really hard to actually get that bonus life without getting the barrel. By making that easier, they made it harder. Go figure. I think it's better the original way, if you're asking me. I wonder if they'd ever do an HD remake of this game. That might be cool if they did. You know, like, with fully redone graphics. You know, like, not like this, like actual 3D. Let's say. Actual 3D graphics. You think they'd do that? I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, I would be surprised, but I would be like, you know, I could see it happening. Oh, this is Bramble Scramble. I guess the other one was Preamble Battle. Why? Oh, well, I don't have Diddy Kong, so I can't get that barrel anyway. And we don't care about the scrapbook. We're not scrapbooking here. The point of this is not to scrapbook, is to finish the game. If they do remake the original, leave in a code so that you can just get all the crab coins if you want. That's just a good option for, like, a different sort of playthrough that doesn't involve, like, bonus games. I mean, mind you, I love the bonus games. I do. But sometimes I just want to just barrel through any percent style. But I still wouldn't mind playing the bonus levels, you know? Sometimes cheat codes are just nice, you know? It's great to have them as unlockables, but you can also just let people do whatever they want. That's fun too. I mean, I guess by the GBA era, the era of letting people do whatever they want was basically over, right? We're lucky that this version has any cheat codes whatsoever, let alone, you know, and it does. Another card. My bed is basically complete. That's right, I've been talking about it on the last couple of streams. And, I got a new comforter, duvet, and weighted blanket. And I put it all together and zipped it all up and put it on the bed. And it's pretty nice. It's pretty comfy, and I like it. That's how it looks now. Looks pretty snug, don't it? And again, that is a Tempur-Pedic under there. That is extremely good bed, and I am very much enjoying sleeping on it. You know, I take a nap before the stream now. I am very hard-pressed to get up. I mean, I'll say, like, it's still hard for me to get to sleep at night if I'm, like, you know, if I spent a whole weekend, let's say, staying up all night and sleeping in all day. But, you know, it's damn comfy when I am in it, and, I'm quite happy with that. I feel like there's subtle differences to the Squawk's model here, or like the Squawk's handling model. But, never you mind, it's, I'm managing, it's fine. I feel like there's probably subtle changes all around, but Squawk's I'm feeling like I'm noticing. Like insofar as like how much a flap makes you go up, how much a flap when you're holding down makes you go up. It's different to feather. Feathering it is different, I feel like. I can't quantify or explain. I'm sorry. Anyway, quite good, quite nice, having a good sleeping experience. It was kind of a pain to get the duvet, to get the weighted blankets and the thing into the duvet cover, honestly. You know, it's like a zipper on one side, and you sort of have to crawl the fuck in there in order to get in there and get the, you know, both sides, like, in there and tied down on all the corners, all the edges where there are ties to tie down. Kind of weird and unfortunate, but got it done, and then was able to sleep on it after getting it done. And that arrived on like a Saturday, so you know, I was out, like, doing stuff with the folks. And then, instead of, like, setting up the mattress immediately, I spent, like, 2 hours, like, debugging the full width space issue that Japanese viewers of the YouTube were having, where they were having trouble submitting levels because their space is a different character from our space. Got that fixed. It's fixed now. Again. Fixed now. Sometimes, I'll say, like, a lot of time at night, right? Like, 2 a.m., 3 a.m., I just have a wild hair, and I want to fix something. You know, I say to myself, like, okay, I can do this. Let me do this. And I put together something wacky and wild, like the new refresh system. Can I tell you about the refresh system again? It's been a while since I mentioned the refresh system that I'm adding as a new sub-incentive. I gotta switch to this view, though, to do that. Don't mind. The bonus heads don't appear on there. So, the new gimmick... Also, I see Trebucky, you got a new mattress. That's fantastic. So, the new gimmick is called the Instant Refresh, and basically it works where when I run out of lives, any subscriber can trigger an Instant Refresh, which does this. And I'll say I'm going to adjust the volume of this later. During any level, you can give me, during the lightning round, doing nearly but not quite sudden death, at any point, you can give me full lives. Which I think is very promising as a new sub-incentive. And I'm excited to see it put into use. Bunch of sub-gifts dropped last time. Like 30 odd. There's like nearly 30 subs right now, so I felt like I should introduce something that like doesn't always disrupt the queue if it gets used. I'll say the Express Pass is still an option, but also an option now. You can do an instant refresh instead. And man, I think that's gonna be all kinds of powerful. Not just for getting more tries on your own levels, but like, yeah, someone's not there. You can give me a lot more tries than sudden death usually would give me to do with. I'm really excited about that. I spent like a couple hours on Friday night after the stream throwing that animation thing together, getting it all sorted out. I wanted to do randomization, do like random mushrooms every time, but it's sets because it turns out randomization real pain in the ass. Oh my god, does the trick not work here? In the original Preamble Scramble, you could start... Those guys don't start throwing until you appear, so you can just sort of like dash underneath them, and it's good. You know, you don't stop for nothing, you don't have to stop. But did they change it so that you do have to stop? I don't like that at all. That's nasty. I mean, I guess it's better design in theory that you can't just bypass enemies by being fast, but man, fuck off. That's actually great if you can bypass enemies by being fast. Like, that makes everyone who plays fast feel like a god. It's good to make people feel like gods. And if they're using skill, anyway. I don't feel like a god much right now, coming off 2 deaths. That one we don't have to stop for nothing with. Oof. Time save, damage boost, I'll take it. Don't hit the spikes. Oh, I hope I did get a Dixie Kong right here. I regret my words and deeds. There's a Dixie Kong. Last time I got a new mattress was like 12 years ago, so, you know, it was probably overdue. Though I hope this one just goes the distance and lasts another 10 to 12 years. I mean, it was expensive and all. And I think one of the promises when you get an expensive thing is like, oh yeah, this gotta last. This, you know, stand the test of time. Sleep on this for 10, 20 years, let's say. Shit, man, it's expensive enough to do it. Okay, let's pay attention here. I'm gonna try to run past, and we'll see if they're, if the trick works. Kind of. It's a lot more awkward. The space is tighter. The space is weirdly tight going under them in this version. You know what? I think, judging by that sequence, I think the characters might be bigger. The sprites are bigger in this version. The levels are smaller in this version. I think that's what's going on here. I actually had it backwards earlier. I thought that it might be the other way. No. Big characters, smaller world, and that causes that sequence to just feel a little bit awkward. Oh, jeez. Bunky's Flights. Oh boy, what are we doing this time? Okay. Okay. Kong-nack Zimmers have attacked Kong Island. What? Kong-napped Zingers have... Okay. Have Kong-napped... Rescue Kongs. Okay. You must rescue 6 hostages. Okay. Lex wins. Oh my god, there's so many. There's so many hostages. I'll say I'm not committing to finishing this level, but, I'll try my best. Over these next 5 minutes, let's say, specifically. Who's... Diddy! Oh man, this kind of sucks! This is terrible! This is terrible, oh my god! They're just, like, randomly flying around? This isn't even a big space, this is just... What you see is what you get. And we have 5 minutes to get, like... I don't know how many of them. One of them has died! This is like copter action. I blew up my time bonus. Oh. Hey. Maybe I should use the radar. Oh man, this radar kind of blows. And by kind of blows, I mean it really blows. Oh, I need to drop off the motherfucker. Yeah, this, you're not missing much playing the original DKC2. True buckets. This, I've compared this to Superman 64 earlier in the stream, and, I don't think that was a bad comparison. Sadly, weirdly. Like, that is just... You know, I say that, I've never played Superman 64, it's probably not as bad as this. But, like, I don't know, I'm miserable. I'm not having a great time. And if I die, I bet I lose all the progress that we've made. Some of these radars, I just don't know what exactly I'm looking at. So do I need 5 or what? Let's hope it's 5. We've been able to do these. Oh my god! Okay, good. We still get to keep our saved Kongs. Okay, we're not scuttled yet. Jesus. Okay, Tiny Kong, you have to appear so I can save you. Oh wait, do we still have him on board? How many do we need? Maybe it's like a 3 strikes and you're out situation. Where the fuck is the Tiny Kong? I can't. Oh, there it is. Please be it. Yes! That sucked! We did it! A small reward, a hero coin. Thank you, thank you. Not as bad as this? What? I've never played Superman 64. It's much worse, I bet. Not. This is not as bad as that. Let's say it the other way. The other way. I meant to do the comparison the other way. Sometimes I speak without thinking, and I say the opposite of what I mean. I was watching back. I clipped up clips from the Valentine's Day stream last week, and there was totally a bit where I was like, you know, on account of this being Thanksgiving and all, and I did not correct myself. I did not say, oh, Valentine's Day. I just did not realize I said Thanksgiving and just proceeded throughout the stream. No one called me out on that. Sometimes I say the exact opposite. I'm just a little brain fart. Do you think this is easier or harder with the, like, slightly different screen ratio? I bet easier. I bet you get a little bit more of a warning of when to jump in this version. Also, you know what I'm remembering here? There's a new thing in this level. This level has a change in it in the Game Boy Advance version. Fuck! Give me a minute and I'll show off the change. You gotta give me a minute now. Please understand. I'll say, if I were to play a bad game, I do have Sonic 06. I did get a copy of that. I'm thinking stretch goal for the birthday stream, Sonic 06. And there'll be like a bunch of different goals that are like incremental up to that point. My basic idea is to like just add a bunch of extra playthroughs to this like random rareware thing as like sub-incentives. I'm thinking we might hit them, you know, with how... Fuck me. I'm thinking we might hit those. But it'll be like a stretch goal. You know, like, we would have to get more subs than I have ever naturally got, you know, to really get Sonic 06 as, like, an additional playthrough. That's what I'm saying now. Maybe eventually I'll offer it for not that much. You know, maybe I'll offer it for a song. I would like to, do some sort of subathon type content, or like, you know, a while ago I did a stream where it was one level of Paper Mario Sticker Star for every, sub that I had, and that was a miserable stream, even though we did, like, 6 levels. We did, like, 7 levels or something, you know. That was a miserable game to play. But, you know, I've had an idea for a long time, assuming like a, you know, if I wanted a version of that, but for assuming a higher subscriber number, like ukulele, but one pagey for every subscriber, would be for me a similarly torturous thing. I really didn't like that game much at all, and I found the experience of getting pages in that one a lot like pulling teeth. Not good. And you know, I haven't replayed it ever, and it'd be fun for an incentive to have to do it. But also, I do just like the idea of just saying like, okay, Sonic 06, hey, here's that's the new thing. There's the new thing. We were so trapped in a tangent we couldn't. There's a checkpoint barrel now in this level. So if you die and you don't get the DK coin from the last guy here, you have to sort of start the level over again, and you're kind of fucked because you can't do it. I mean, if you want the DK coin and all, which we don't 100% need here. You can see here we're at 9th place again, and we're not getting to the end by the end. That's just not viable. We're basically at the end here. This last checkpoint is like right at the end. Kind of a weird thing, honestly, but I guess they were like, okay, well, this level is really long not to have a checkpoint. I'll say, I think it's better than the original. And also in the original now, since it's on SNES Online, you can just rewind, and that, you know, if you really are frustrated by it, if you're really frustrated by it, that just sort of solves everything, don't it? It'd be cool if it saved your place when you got to the checkpoint, but it's not so nice. I don't know why I think I need to jump when I see the sign. How about another card? Been a minute since we had a card. Been playing some stuff, kinda. Been playing some stuff here and there. You know, still Pokemon Pockets. Nothing really to report there. It's still good. Getting cards at a slow but gradual rate. Haven't really gotten anything huge recently. You know what I feel like? It's that guy. He's right there, ready to be jumped on, but it's just I can't reach him like that. I need to just let myself get right on his asshole and not worry so much about jumping on him until I'm done. I think it's probably awkward checkpoint placement causing me to misread this repeatedly. Again! Same jump! Same just, now. Same just gut reflex. I don't know, I can't help it. I got a reflex in me that says jump. Look at him, he's right there. Jump on him right now. Let's just repeat to ourselves. Okay. Don't jump. Don't jump. Don't jump. Don't jump. Jump now. Jump now. That didn't help! I think this checkpoint and those guys are just awkwardly placed. This, seems like one of those things where you placed in a checkpoint and, didn't make the level easier, actually. Due to just how the Kremlin turns out to be placed. Maybe I'm making it harder on myself. Getting some, like, you know, extra time savings on jumps by jumping up hills. But man, that's my right to do so. Okay, there we go. There's the level. Wasn't that hard when we, like, gave up the conceit of trying to do better. When we tried to not pass, we, didn't crash. What was I saying? Stuff, yeah. I finished, Wario Land 4. Went through all of Wario Land 4, going like one level at a time in each world until I had done them all. Then I did minigames for a while, even though I'll say, like, the minigames in Wario Land, they're better than the minigames in this, but they're not, like, especially fun. I kind of wish... There probably should be, like, 8 of them or something, right? If they're the only way to get tokens. But whatever, I mostly did the baseball, and then did the other one when I was bored of that. I got the bosses down to very low healths through that bullshit, and then I did the final boss normal style. You know, in full, in other words. And I got the maximum best ending. So, that feels good. Wario Land 4 is a hell of a game. Shame that, like, after that, the Wario Land series just, never was the same. Wario World, I think, sounds like a goofy good time. I don't know. It sounds at least interesting. People were talking about this, like, today, and, I totally forgot that, that Wario Land... There was a Wario Land Shake It on the Wii. 2D Wario Land on the Wii. I forgot about that one. I remembered Wario Master of Disguise, and that is no Wario Land. Those two, you know, I'll say I never played Wario Land Shake It. But Wario Land Master of Disguise, that one is, God damn it. That one's no Wario Land. Wario Land 4 is great, beat it today and only got the good ending. Gotcha. You gotta replay it now. It's a great game to replay, so, you know, replay value and all. I mean, just do the bosses over again and, do them better, I guess. They don't lock the levels up again, right? After you, do a New Game Plus situation. I'm pretty sure they don't. It would be interesting to have a, you know, right now I'm doing a whole playthrough series of, like, you know, all these rare games that I love, meant a lot to me, or weird versions, or whatever, you know, haven't done on stream. It'd be cool to do, like, a weird versions playthrough series. We're like, okay, let's play, not weird versions, but, like, weird side games that no one remembers. Like, okay, it's time for, Wario Land, Wario Master of Disguise on the DS. It's time for, I don't know, what other DS classics, quote-unquote, would y'all like to see? Like, I mean, it's not a rare game, but DK Jungle Climber. I should do that at some point. That's, you know, in my lane, for sure. That one's good. I like that one. I like Jungle Climber. Like a Princess Peach, Emotions game. What else came out during that era? What other odd, random games should be, like, on the docket as far as that goes? Haven't been playing much else. I, put in, I loaded up another GBA Online game, Zero Mission, and then said, like, why don't I try the randomizer again? And then I tried the randomizer again and got soft-locked and went, okay, well, you know, I got soft-locked behind a place where there was a save, so I couldn't, like, you know, I would have to, like, restart, so I was just like, okay, well, this is why I don't play this randomizer. I play Fusion Randomizer. And then I started, Zero Mission, just, like, online, actually. I think, though, really, everything that I'm playing right now is just sort of a holding pattern until Avowed, since, you know, that seems like the hot new thing. And, you know, otherwise I don't know anything to play. I don't have any big ideas for my free time, you know. It's a little weird being a streamer, I find, insofar as you have to be like, okay, well, here's the games we're gonna play on stream. Now, what am I gonna play when I'm not on stream? That's the question. Well, when it comes down to it, it's like, okay, well, it's gonna be the games that I already played on stream. Like Wario Land 4. Did a playthrough of that a couple years ago. So, it'd be silly to do another playthrough of it. You know, that's not gonna happen anytime soon. Wario DS? Maybe. I could see that one. But basically, long story short, kind of nothing going on. I'll say probably when I get Avowed, it's not going to really change much. I mean, a lot of these games I've been talking about are like podcast games or like games to play while watching YouTube. You know, like I did a bunch of like Zero Mission. A lot of that Zero Mission was while I was watching like the Breaking Bad Button VR, like with cast commentary. I found the recordings of those VODs, and I just started watching those, and eventually finished watching those, and then, you know, moved on. Then I was like, oh crap, that's not a good idea. And then I was like, what else should I do? And I was like, I don't know. I don't know what else I should do. To be determined, to be determined. Anyway, those are thoughts about games that I'm not playing. What would be other fun games to play? There's a lot of fun games I could play, honestly. I wonder if you could do a Nintendo DS like, there's that BizHawk Shuffler, right? Y'all know BizHawk Shuffler? You probably don't. A lot of the people who are not, like, watchers of Dan Reichert or, you know, tune in for the couple of streams, longtime watchers of Dan, or the couple of streams that I've done it. You know, longtime watchers of me. You'd have to be a pretty long-time watcher of either Dan or me to know BizHawk Shuffler. It is a thing where every X interval, it can randomly switch games for you and bring up another game. And it's pretty cool to play like 5 games at once. My first Extra Life stream was 4 randomizers, switching between them randomly every 10 minutes or so. It was a hell of a night. It was a hell of a stream. And then later I did a Rareware roulette. That was the randomizer roulette, and then later I did a Rareware roulette, which was just like 7 Rareware games, playing them a bit at a time. If I could do that with the DS, that would be a fun... I feel like that would be a fun, goofy thing. You know, what would be the games? WarioWare would be a fun one. Maybe just as many DS games as I could think of. I mean, last couple times, I, like, held myself to, like, okay. At a certain point in the night, I was like, okay, well, let's go for a certain checkpoint here. Get past a certain level, and then hit complete on each one. You know, get a certain number of... Fuck you. That was a lot more foolproof in the original. That's a Kong barrel, I'll say. The physics here are fucked up. That's normal though. That happens if you just aren't careful. This GBA version is subtly different. I can't quite explain all the ways and how. Despite playing this game enough times where it's all, like, down pat, I couldn't necessarily, like, just, like, go, like, bigger sprites. This feels, like, different by this percent. I totally hit the jump button there. I don't know. I never played the Yoshi's Island 2 or Yoshi's Island DS for the DS. It seemed like it was not great, and I was never like the hugest, fan of Yoshi's Island in the first place. So, as I looked at it and considered it, Christ Almighty, again. Okay, I guess that's how we just have to do it. Again, also with just going like snort off an edge rather than jumping. Did I see something below me? I thought I saw something below me. It looked really weird. I don't know what that was. Let's just move on and hope it doesn't come back. Maybe it's just something on the map. It looked like an NPC. Or like an isometric character. I don't know, dude. You get less height off of your snorts in this. Off of your, like, jumping on guys as Rambi. It's, awkward. It's not as good. I feel like they mostly got it right as far as the Kongs go. Mostly. But this is less right. Good. Now, question. Did they change King Zing's sting at all, I wonder? Probably not. I bet it's the same. I bet it's no different. I'd be surprised if it was different. But also, I got a feeling they might have changed it, and I might know about this already, and have forgotten about it. Nah, this looks the same. Hit the stinger. Yeah, this is the same. Hey, there's no do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. Every time that he fires off his, like, puffed up shots. There should be a do-do-do-do. 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 Another GBA difference. That's a weird one. That's, I liked it better before. I mean, I guess now you can hear all the zingers buzzing, like, individually. Also, they respawn. Did they always respawn? They might have always respawned. Stop respawning. Positional audio here. As we, like, get him off screen, we stop hearing the buzzing. This was before Rule of 3. It doesn't have to take 3 hits. 4 is fine. I guess... Is Dark Souls like the end of Rule of 3? Was that like when Rule of 3 died? Or, became less of a standard? Because people don't always do Rule of 3 anymore. Ghostly Grove. This is a lot less foggy and a lot more bright than it was originally, huh? I mean, it's not blown out, so give it props for that, but it is... It used to be a lot more eerie. And the music, doesn't sound as good, also. That's like a trend in the DKC GBA in general. Next week, we'll have a really interesting one insofar as assuming we finish this week. Which, I think we're on track for that. What, it's, 11 o'clock? We got 2 worlds left? Might be going a little bit later than last week's stream. I'll say last week's was more like 3 hours. This one's looking more like 4 or 5. Maybe 4.5. But I think I would like to do it all in one. And, you know, honestly, I think I'd like to put in a code and see, like, do the final boss as well. We should see the ending, the true ending. Because I think they changed it. I saw a screenshot of the true ending, and I said, ooh, that's different. I made the true ending of the first game, the thumbnail of the first VOD, and maybe it'd be cool if the true ending of the second game was the thumbnail of the of this one. I don't know. Maybe it'll be so late that I'll just be like, ah, fuck it. There'll be a different thumbnail. It doesn't have to be quite. I don't have to do the same thing 3 times in a row. As far as, you know, that goes. We don't have to see the true ending. And there's alternatives. I could look it up on YouTube. That'd be weird. Why would I do it that way? You know, I would sooner just... Hey, there's something that's different. Hey, wait. Those zinger jumps originally, in the original game, are like... nigh impossible. I mean, like, seriously. Like, every time I have to go through that route and not take a shortcut through the minigames, it's like, I say a shortcut, a long cut through the minigames, it's like fucked. It's like impossible. They made the zinger jumps doable. Wow. Watch me bone it the next time there's zinger jumps. Watch me just whiff it entirely. I'll say that's an improvement. Okay, that's a partial boning, but not a whole boning. So, I'll take it. We hit the pluses, we don't hit the minuses. This is like the basis of the time trial mode as well. Go through the level, and get the extra time power-ups as you do. I only got like 2 more cards left, so let's just pop the next one, which we kind of already talked about, but starting about tomorrow night, live. That's right, tomorrow night doing a stream to do Avowed. Really excited about that. Avowed, people are saying really great things about it. I don't know it's gonna be the longest stream. My intent is to like get past the tutorial and then spend maybe, I don't know, hey, look at that. Look at that. We did good this time. Spend maybe like a, spend maybe like an hour or 2, like, you know, making our own decisions, doing open world stuff, combat, things of that nature. And then I'll end the stream and then, you know, play it offline from there on out. Fuck me. I think I like to do that. I like to play my first time with some games, like, on stream, and then, like, come back, and then just, like, play the rest of them off stream, you know? Like, first impressions are fun to have on the record, I guess. I'll say, that does also lead to me, like, trying to avoid spoilers a lot more proactively. When I say spoilers, I don't just mean spoilers, I mean just, like, literally not watching any gameplay footage. And going like, okay, well, I haven't heard anything. I've seen people playing it, like, I've seen that people are playing it, but I haven't, like, clicked on those videos, because I want to have my own video where I'm, fuck. This is gonna be close. This is gonna be tight. 4 seconds. 3 seconds. No! Damn it. Well, actually, it doesn't matter because that's the end. Okay. There's totally a hidden DK coin there. It doesn't matter. You probably need both Kongs. Ugh. I like doing streams like that. It's good to have my first opinions on the record. Though I'll say, like, in some of those cases where I've tried a game out for the first time, I have been, like, slow to do the Twitch clipping and also the YouTube short making, to the point where, like, okay, well, it's maybe gonna be a little bit weird when I start posting YouTube shorts of, metaphor from my first, like, 6 hours of the game that, by the way, I finished, like, last November. You know, like, yeah, well, I haven't done that yet, and eventually I'm going to have to. I say I'm gonna have to. I don't know if I'll ever catch up on, like, you know, clipping up everything. The thing is about clipping up everything is it kind of takes nearly as much time as just doing a stream does. So, like, all those 11-hour streams that are out there, each of those is just like a logistical nightmare as far as, like, clipping up its best moments and turning it into myriad YouTube shorts. Right? Like, Jesus Christ, that's just... when am I gonna find the time? And also, like, is it worth investing that time when I could be doing something fun like streaming or, you know, playing Avowed? You know, I've been doing 2 streams a week on average for the last year, usually, most of the time. And you'd think that would help as well, but, you know, it's just, it's kind of work to do, to peruse through an old stream and get the best bits of it, like, picked out. I don't know. I guess I could not do that, but I feel like it's good for posterity, and, you know, I'm pretty sure the YouTube shorts do help with the, YouTube metrics. I'm pretty sure that, like, those do better than the VODs do. You know, admittedly, I think the live stream is always the main event. Like, the live streams... maybe not in terms of, like, view count or likes, but, you know, compared to the shorts, but in terms of, like, pure watch time, like, absolutely, no, it's gotta be the... it's gotta be the VODs with a... it's gotta be in the live streams with the bullets. Hey, look at that, good level, good level. These are all good levels. I got just 1 card left. We'll find a good time for it, folks. Some time where I'm really frustrated and I'm playing the same level over and over again. I don't want to speak too soon, but I got a feeling that that will happen. Not this level. This level's I say it's doable, but I don't know this about this version, do I? I got flu shots, by the way, today. I didn't get a COVID booster. Turns out my office, like, has, like, a on-site thing for, like, vaccines and stuff. A clinic, I believe they call it. But they don't have COVID boosters. Apparently that takes, like, special refrigeration they don't have. So I didn't get a COVID booster last year neither because I got vaccinated at one of those. I should probably, like, you know, on a work day where I'm working from the office, I should probably, like, take an extra long lunch one of these days and get boosted up. Get a up-to-date COVID booster from, like, a CVX or something. And that'll probably be, like, fine, you know? A good use of, you know, work time, so long as it's not too busy of a day. That seems like a good idea. Oh, I also had them test just to be safe. You know, I've been, like, feeling a little bit weird recently. I feel like whenever I've been breathing in deep, I've been like ending up coughing or something, right? And I had them do a COVID test real quick, and it turned out negative for COVID and flu. How the fuck did you kill that guy? Barrel from earlier? Probably barrel from earlier. So, don't have any of that. It's maybe just allergies. Maybe I'm just breathing in a lot of pollen. Maybe there's just a bunch of pollen in my apartment. And when I breathe deep, I'm just like inhaling a whole mouthful of it, and it's just getting me bad. I do take allergy medication every day, but who fucking knows, man? That shit, sometimes it feels like it don't work, you know? And whatever happens, I am a little snuffly, like, throughout the whole flu season, you know? Somewhat snuffly, as they say. Let's go. That wasn't first try, was it? Are we at Funky? When do we get the Funky? Hey Funky, what's up? If you're wondering, Funky, what the VOD name is gonna be, I think you're gonna get a shout out. It's either gonna be called, like, Superman 64 minigame, question mark. Cool sounds. I have dropped my ghetto blaster in the icy water below. Go and get it for me. Shoot the buttons on the wall to lower the water. You'll only have 3 minutes of juice, so you better get going, dude. Okay, this will be a quick one. Funky wins. You know, this is a neat variant on, like, Wait, what the fuck? These are password buttons? This sucks. What the fuck? Why is it a combination? A combination button. You will never find your friends. You will never save your friends. Is that what the, Lex line is from Superman 64? I feel like the title of the VOD is going to reference Superman 64, and I feel bad about that considering that, like, you know, that aside, I am really enjoying my time with this. You know, this is, like, one of my favorite games of all time, like, literally tied for #1 with Mario Odyssey. So, like, I don't want to slag it off, but this is not, oh my god. Abort mission. We can't start it from the start. Yeah, okay, I'll try it again. Why would I want to redo the whole thing? Including the water level again, but with only half the time on the clock. That's insane. Funky wins? I feel like that's too obscure, though. I'll say, when you lose in Superman 64, I've watched the whole playthrough of Superman 64. When you lose a mission in Superman 64, it says Lex wins, and it's funny. That doesn't work without the context. You know, Funky wins. That's, people are gonna think it's like a positive thing, and they're gonna get, really confused when it turns out it's a subtle burn. You will never find your friends. I guess this game is very much about like, finding your friends, actually. Like, you are literally out here to find Donkey Kong, who is famously Diddy Kong's friend. The plot of Superman 64 and the plot of Diddy's Conquest are not too dissimilar. No, they're pretty different. There's no island in Superman 64. Nor any pirates. There are the mine dudes. It's there you go, dude. I don't need to repeat jokes that are from Blight Club. That's not something I need to do here. We did it! Oh, we can listen to the DK rap all night long. Have fun! Have fun, Funky Kong. Oh, man. Oh, man. It is 11:20. We're at the end of, this is the last level of the second to last world. Really, full world, anyway. We're getting down to it. This is probably the longest level of the game, animal antics aside. While they gave Funky Kong more than due to being the Airport Kong, they've done that a bunch. I mean, he's the shopkeeper in the returns in the retro games. Playable as well. You haven't done DKC1-3, have you? Trebucket? Kind of give it away with, you just did DKC2 relatively recently, right? And enjoyed it because this game holds up. Well, spoilers, but he kind of has, well, actually no, he has basically the same role. He's the vehicle guy. But he's not the airport guy, he's the vehicle guy. He sells you boats. He rents you boats. And hovercrafts and things of that nature. We'll see you next week, I guess. I'll say, you know, going back to the overall premise of this, you know, this being a random playthrough, and that came up randomly. I'll say, of the 4 other games that have been revealed, like official, like, you know, not counting the mystery game, which I will reveal no details of in passing. This is kind of the oddest one, because not only is it the one where it's multiple games, really, you know, play through the whole trilogy as if they're one game, as if they're one playthrough, but also it's the only 2D platformer among the bunch. The rest of them are like 3D platformers, Zelda-likes, or isometric games, you know, or somewhere in between, you know, adventure-type things. Most of them 3D. And the one that's not 3D is like isometric, which is kind of like imitation 3D. You know, this is the odd man out, and it's kind of funny to get this one as the first playthrough because it's like this so unlike the other ones where there is more freedom in those worlds. More like just, okay, we're doing this world, now we're doing that world. And you know, it's not really level-based in any of those games, per se. I mean, I don't think they are. I guess you could say Cameo Element of Power is a little bit, like, parceled out in terms of levels, kinda. Like, oh, here's the part where you go and get, this elemental spirit. There's the part where you go down a path and do this. Here's where you, attack the stronghold. And it's a whole thing. Ugh. I'm excited to get to those ones, I'll say. You know, a lot of those games are games I've literally not played any form of on stream, and that's gonna be great. Like, you know, Conquer. I'll say I'm not really 100% sure, like, how Conquer holds up, but I feel like it's gonna be very fun to go back to Conquer after so long. And also, like, anyone who hasn't seen Conquer before, oh my god, you have no idea what's in store. If you have no idea what's in store, and you're like, oh, what's this game? Conquer? A colorful, character platformer from the makers of, like, Banjo-Kazooie? Well, man, you're gonna be in for a shock when, you find out what Conquer is. Like, it's a whole thing. It's rated M for mature, for very good reasons. It's not appropriate for children. Which is... Isn't that also the idea of, like, Ted? That, like, Ted was, like, a foul-mouthed bear mascot's animated character? Is Conquer and Ted, like, similar? Ted is like, Teddy? That's like Seth MacFarlane as well, which is reference humor, which Conquer also big on reference humor. Is there like a through line there from Conquer to Ted? Hey, we got the Creepy Crow. Remember how I said earlier that Creepy Crow was the best recolor that ever was? That's right, this Creepy Crow, this recolor is a ghost now. And, you know, Creepy Crow died at the end of the, that first boss fight, and now you're fighting Crow's ghost, Creepy Crow. You didn't start as a... Ted didn't start as a kids franchise. Conker's Pocket Tales was for kids. I never played Conker's Pocket Tales. I wonder if that'll come out on, I wonder if that'll come out on, Game Boy Online. That'd be fascinating if it did. Game Boy Color Online. Dang it. You remember this boss fight giving you a hard time? Coolest recolor there's been ever in any thing, in any game. It can be difficult. You can roll through enemies to make it easier. Actually, it seems like here, if I pull back, it's like giving me some weird momentum. Making it a little bit tricky to, you know, stay safe and not roll off the edge. I feel like that was easier in the original, but maybe my imagination, I'll admit. Don't know always what's different. I'll say one thing I'm really excited about, like, just as something I'm gonna put on the table for the birthday stream. I'm gonna put on, like, add Live and Reloaded to the list of playthroughs. So I might have to play through Conquer twice. Will that be fun, or will that be miserable? The interesting thing is that both versions, like, have very different, like, the two versions are pretty different in ways. Basically, Live and Reloaded adds a bunch of, like, melee combat to the game, which is awkward and not great. But at the same time, like, once you get past the melee parts of the game and it becomes, like, a first-person shooter, well, it was post-Halo at that point. They made it control like a first-person shooter. So it's, like, better from that point on, but you have to, like, get there. I wonder how well those, like, old-timey FPS sections, like, age. I say old-timey. They're less old-timey than Conker's original FPS sections. It would be funny if we got the original version second, also. If that's how it turned out, but, you know... I bet we're gonna get through, like, 2 more games before the birthday stream, before getting to, May. I bet we get through one in March and one in April, and you know what? I guess it's gonna be more like 3, more like 2 to 3. We'll probably at least have started the one after, you know, after the ones I was saying. The 4th one. The 3rd one? Take that, Creepy Crow, you son of a bitch. There we go. What's he's gonna say? I was so scared. You're doing real well. Just keep going. Thank you, Cranky Kong. I appreciate the well wishes. Coincidentally, the first level here is Arctic Abyss. No, it's not Windy Well. Windy Well is the 2nd one. I forgot that they redid this interior. Pretty iconic, I think. Or at least of this version. I kind of like this new map in particular. I think it looks nice. I keep on wanting to hit a button that I don't have on the Game Boy Advance, the A button on a SNES arrangement to do team up, because that's how you did it in the original games. But of course, I'm playing on a GBA that does not have those buttons. Those buttons don't do nothing. See, I couldn't press them if I wanted to because they do not exist on the controller that I am holding, which is a authentic Game Boy Advance controller. That boss is probably the hardest boss. That's not that's well, I mean, in the original game it was the last boss, so last non-K. Rool boss. So it makes sense it was the hardest, but and K. Rool's pretty damn hard too. That all makes sense is what I'm driving at. Man, things are bright underwater, huh? Like, you ever go underwater? I guess it's ice water. Ice water is bright, just by its nature. You know, since it's white and all. These guys are out of sync. This group of Shuris. Don't worry about it, y'all. It's fine. There we go. Unguard is good. Probably the only thing that makes a water level, like, really tolerable in the first 3 games, you know? Hey, let's pay up here and go to the place. It opens up on a per world basis, right? So here's the Lost World here. The levels open up as you unlock them, so they're all like available at once, unlike in the original game. And you can see here that we have unlocked like Animal Antics, which actually has its area like theme appropriately. But we'll continue on trucking. We'll do that as like last thing. I don't know. When does it make sense to do Animal Antics? I mean, traditionally I feel like I do it like when I pass by, actually. Or, you know, I wouldn't wait to do the Lost World until the very end. I would do them, like, in the same way you do K levels. Maybe as a last thing in the world. This is an auto-scroller. This is a big, long auto-scroller, and we can't really speed it up, so, oh, I hit I hit the, please get me out of big picture mode. Okay, I'm not in big picture mode anymore. Good. Fuck off, Steam. I've never, ever wanted big picture mode. Honestly, please. Okay. Card time. Maker update on Friday. So I'll say one of the things I've been playing this weekend, and like in general, is I've been doing a lot of Mario making, and I basically have the level pretty much done, kinda, more or less, a little bit. Not 100% though. I've gotten it where you can play it all the way through. From what I showed off on Friday, it's just on Friday's stream, you know, my Mario Maker level, which is the last level of my Super World. Could you jump off those hooks in the original game? I don't remember jumping off hooks in the original game. I feel like that's a new thing here in this version. Kind of defangs these hooks in this level. Rambi seems a little bit buggy. I don't know. I think Rambi ain't quite as solid as he is in the original DKC2. That's fine. It's just not in that many levels. Been working on that. It's coming along pretty great. I'll say after the point where I showed off last stream, there's like, basically it's just the third segment. There's like a big dramatic finale for like a bunch of stuff that happens all in a row. Like, okay, here's like a bunch of here's a bunch of like Goombas in a row to kill. Here's a bunch of like you know, tricky bullies to jump across. And then it sets up a boss fight and a mini boss fight as well. One with Pom Pom and one with Meowser. And I'm thinking at this point, you know, as much as it's nice to be like, okay, I've used every single Koopa Link, I've used every single, like, mini boss option. I had a Boom Boom in there at one point, in one level. And hey, here's a Pom Pom as well. As nice as it is to say, like, I've used every enemy, and I even squeaked in the Fire Dragon dude right at the very end. Even if it's nice to say all those things, I don't feel like there's room in that level for two mini bosses, or a mini boss and a maxi boss. You know, like, I gotta cut one, and I feel like as good as that, like, shit. As good as that, mini boss is, I feel like I gotta cut it, and I probably will, you know, after showing it off on Friday, probably. I'll say, it is kind of ironic the way that I've tended to make levels recently, which is like, man, I feel like I get most of my progress on the weekend, you know, like, Saturday. Hell, even like after the stream, like on a Friday night. Saturday, Sunday, maybe even Monday, that's like my peak making. And then I sort of cool off through the rest of the week. And part of that is just because once I got a bunch to show off, I'm like, okay, I'm good. I gotta wait until Friday to show this off. And like, that sort of discourages me from just like ripping up the flooring and going like, okay, time to kill my darlings. Like, no. First I'm going to show off my darlings, and then I'm gonna put a bullet in the head, like, after I show it off and say like, this is fine. It's just not good enough is all. And, you know, I need a final gimmick that uses a little bit more of these other gimmicks, you know? I need a segment that has maybe a pipe, maybe a hollow pipe situation in it. And, you know, a finale to this mechanic and this mechanic. And the spiny guys that have been flying around. Like, those guys kind of, you know, should have a place in the final segment. In a way that's like surprising and fun. I think that'd be cool. I'm working on it and thinking about it, and I'm sure on Friday I'll show it off, and then I'll be like, okay, look at me delete all this crap. This all will be gone forever now, never to be seen again, except on, you know, this particular live stream once. You know, when I was making more and making more prolifically, I used to do 2 Mario Maker streams a week. I did one on Friday and another on Monday. And the one on Friday, the one on Monday was usually like a combo, right? Like I do viewer levels for a bit, then I'd switch over to like playthrough, and the playthroughs would be shorter. You know, they'd be like, okay, I'm gonna play like a World of Banjo-Kazooie. That takes like 30 minutes, tops. You know, an hour tops, and then we're done. Whereas nowadays, the playthroughs are their own streams, and they are like 3 hours, 4 or 5 maybe, a piece. Clapper's Cavern rules! Shout out to Clapper's Cavern, this level's great. Is it? I'd be willing to say best water level in the trilogy? I mean, I say that. It's a hybrid water level. It's barely a water level. That'd be like saying Creeping Class, best water level in the trilogy. Which I will say, Creeping Class, one of the better water levels, quote-unquote, in the trilogy. I know you don't swim in it, but there is water there. Yeah, I guess that's all the water also. So, yeah, it's not... It's barely hybrid. It's, about as much as a water level as the Slime Climb. Still, it's fucking great, and, you know, do not besmirch the name of of Clapper's Cavern. Slime Climb's alright. We're pretty far there. I'm all out of cards now, by the way. Like I said, I got in a little bit of a nap before the stream started. I like having a nap before the stream starts, though it does mean that I can watch less anime before the stream starts, and I also like watching anime before the stream starts. I think this barrel works weird in this version. I remember you can just like sort of follow it along and skip this whole segment. You can't do that in the original Donkey Kong Country 2, only in this, the GBA version. And I kind of remember this being like... I always try this in the SNES version and go like, oh, right, it doesn't work like that. That's not a viable thing. It doesn't work. But it works here. That's kind of nice. Low-key cool, low-key fun. Kind of too powerful. Whatever. Windy Well. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do, Windy Well? Fuck! I did see that Bocchi the Rock Season 2 was announced. Yeah, I mentioned it, like, near the top, actually. That was the first card. That was not a, you know, an upfront card. I'm excited about that, though, in a way that's like, you know, it's kind of vague. I don't know when that's gonna be. I just know, like, yeah, okay, it'll eventually come. I mean, I was kind of expecting it to eventually come, right? It was a big, massive success. I mean, look, when I was in Japan, Bocchi the Rock was doing a crossover with, like, Adidas or like, their local Adidas brand, basically. Like, Bocchi the Rock has made it big in Japan. You know, I went to Shinjuku and I saw Bocchi the Rock advertising shoes. There's no way that a shoe merchant such as Bocchi the Rock ends up being a single season. That just doesn't happen. Can't wait. That's gonna be great. Really kind of expected the announcement, like, years ago, honestly. Like, closer to when the season happened, but I'm excited. I'm excited. Get that bank, Bochi, says Tribucket. You distracted me, Tribucket, with your funny Bochi message, and now I'm dead. I'm fine with that. No, I'm joking. I'm at the start of the level. We didn't get the checkpoint. I'm joking. You know. Some of these will eventually make. I should clip that up as a YouTube short. That's a good one, actually, and that's topical. That one goes stale like milk. I can't wait 6 months for to do that as a short. You know, and I'll edit in like the photo I have of Bochi the Rock in Shinjuku, making that Buku Bucks, Bochi the Rock, Bochi's Buku Bucks, you know, as it were. I rewatched a good deal of Breaking Bad VR, and also the one where it's commentated. No, I'm thinking about Buku Bucks. Boku Bucks? Buku Bucks. The thing that is an actual saying that people say all the time. Yes, I agree. That's a good moment. I feel like I can tell the moment, you know. I can tell, you know, when like, okay, this is going somewhere. This is going somewhere here. I'm saying funny things. I was definitely picturing that, like, man, this would be a great time to have Bochi the Rock, Shibuya, you know, come up on screen. If I had, like, thought 12 steps ahead. I still need to clip all the Japan streams. I wonder... I mean, I don't know, like, how much I really can get out of that as far as, like, you know, Japan anecdotes go. Like, how much of that could be, like, clips or shorts or whatever. But I could probably at least clip up the bit where I talked about how I dropped my fucking laptop in the middle of, like, Shinjuku Station. That probably should be, like a short. Maybe I could put in the backpack brand that had this questionable design that allowed it to just flop open and drop my laptop onto the floor. I mean, that's weird as like a, what is that, an advisory? Are people Googling up their backpacks before they buy them and going like, oh, well, I don't want my laptop to fall out in a train station in Shinjuku, so I probably shouldn't get this laptop or this bag. I'll think about it. Sometimes it doesn't have to be for a productive purpose. Sometimes it can just be a funny moment. So, you know, jot that down. Sometimes a funny story is just a funny story. I'll say I think sometimes YouTube doesn't know what to do with clips that aren't video game related. Hell, some video games, it just doesn't know what to do with them. Like, I just don't think it knows quite who to show clips of, let's say, Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts. Like, there is not like a built-in audience for people who are like, oh yeah, man, I'm out there looking for my short-form Nuts and Bolts content. Let's go. This level's a motherfucker. I think they kind of improved it in this version. I mean, look, in the original version, didn't you have to, like, jump over the vines? In this version, you kind of snap, too. Maybe is this how it worked in DKC3? I mean, you wouldn't know, Tribucket, but I think this might be a case where they might have corrected it to work like how it did in later games, and that's like a huge benefit. That's just a huge quality of life improvement. There, wow, okay. Okay. Hey, hey, hey. Did you miss the checkpoint here? I feel like that checkpoint might be low-key missable if you don't know to go off to the corner there. That's like the most missable checkpoint in the game, I think. You always got it? Okay, good. I remember when Dan Reichert did DKC2 on stream. I think he missed it like a couple times there. And that just... yeah, that makes this level harder than it needs to be. I like this room. This room inspired a room in my 2-3. The, Frosted Forest. That level has exactly the same room at its very end. Pretty much. It's a good designed room, you know? That works in the original game, just like rolling through the ropes. That works there as well, if you're wondering. Also, this works as well, just keep climbing. Those guys can't hit you if you just move really fast. Stop this! I just lost like 10 lives. I thought you could originally, like, reclaim them, but it didn't look like that was the... fuck you. The case there. Looks like they just sort of blinked out of existence. That was fucked. More Game Boy Advance changes. Oh, I'm going backwards here. The stairs kind of point the wrong way in that door. That's goofy. Oh, another fucking flights. Give me rings. Give me Superman 64 rings. Please, I just want rings. I just want rings. Kong Nap 2, no! Not this again. And I have to hit buttons. Oh, fuck me. And and I can drown as well. Well, on the other hand, these guys just seem to be out here in the world this time. Maybe they're not, like, hidden this time. Maybe they're just like, oh, what the fuck. I have flooded the whole arena. Oh, it also kind of looks like you don't deliver them anymore. You just collect them and it's fine. I have flooded the whole arena. Get this shit fucking out of here. No water. Christ almighty. Didn't they redesign Tiny Kong to make her look more like Candy Kong? That wasn't, oh fuck, I lost all my Kongs. There's no point in continuing if we lose all our progress. This is such a fucking load of crap. I think you need to... I'm not gonna say it. He keeps on saying, I think you need to try again, and I just keep on saying, I think you need to go... How's Sam? What the fuck? I'll try to keep it, I'm gonna be nice to Funky. Funky is my friend. I love Funky. I don't mean to insult you, Funky, but, this blows chunks. You know this. You must be a little bit aware. I mean, I guess this is a good puzzle. We have to pass under this, then go over here. That was Rare that did that. That was Diddy Kong Racing DS, and in Diddy Kong Racing DS, which was made by Rare, they redesigned her, and yeah, they made her like have a growth spurt and such. Kind of a funny thing to do as a goof. That bubble didn't give me any fucking air. You see that? Look at this bubble. Gets me up to 9. Where do they get these suck-ass bubbles? Give me the bubbles that have, like, 50 air in them. I mean, I don't know why the regular air-ass air doesn't have 50 in it, but it is what it is, man. Rare did that, weird. Rare sort of had a different take on, like, the cartoony characters, whereas this is what you would expect from, like, you know, say Mario, for instance, how Mario would handle similar, continuity. Insofar as the DK games have continuity, right? Like, this DKC2 takes place, like, when Diddy is sort of, like, coming to his own. You know, in the first game, he's kind of like the Robin. In this game, Diddy Kong is sort of the, what is Robin's, like, you know, mature superhero name? His, like, edgelord name? It's like, Nightwing, yeah, sure. Diddy Kong has come into his own as of, like, DKC2. And by, you know, DK64, they're basically equals. And, you know, that's because over time, characters get older. And, you know, Diddy Kong is like an adult by the time of, DK64 for sure, but everything else, definitely. You know, famously, Wrinkly Kong dies between DKC2 and DKC3. Spoilers. That's because, you know, she continued getting older. She died of old age. Just happens. You know? Fuck. Or between 3 and 64, not between 2 and 3, actually. And now she's a ghost for the rest of the goddamn series. It's great. This level is way more green than it is in the original. It looks like a, it looks like a toy. It looks like a 90s toy. You know what I mean? Like a He-Man or like a plastic dinosaur. Yeah, it's really green. I can't believe how green this is. Christ. They really, the background even looks like really blown out. Also, I'm pretty sure you can jump that in the original, but, they just really slowed down the speed at which, Radley moves in this port. I'm pretty sure. And I think that kind of blows a little bit. This level, better before, I guess. I mean, I guess it makes these precision jumps a little easier, but it just feels a little bit sluggish. It also makes it so it's harder to jump over, like, 2 or 3, right? Like, 2 is your absolute limit here. And I can't stop for the DK barrel. We gotta go. I think this level is a great example of things being different. And actually, I'm looking at this. I feel like it's... These sprites might be smaller, actually. I feel like these corridors are a lot more cramped. Not sure which way it goes, if it's bigger or smaller, but if you compare this to the original, it's, like, jarring, that part in particular. Like, how the spaces are different. I missed another... No, I didn't. There's Diddy Kong. This is like the penultimate level, other than Squawk's showdown. Pretty much of this whole game, so... You know, it's supposed to be hard. What time is it? It's midnight? Good, okay. Done around 4 hours. We're about to finish the... Just about in sight of finishing the game. Let me see if I can do a code to unlock the Lost World. I kind of want to see the Lost World. Though, I'll say... You know, I guess I'll say we're gonna beat it normal style, and that's what's gonna count for beating it, quote unquote. But like, I want to see the true ending because I'm pretty sure like they made changes and stuff. And also, you know, the levels are. The Lost World is a good world full of good levels, and we should maybe see them in their full glory. And also in the way that you can just go there once and not come back. I think we're just about done. In the original, there is a way to just like get all the creme coins and just have, you know, have levels be unlocked just by virtue of that. You know, but not an option here. I definitely played through this game a bunch of times, just like using that cheat and then doing every level, but no bonus levels. Bonus levels are great. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. But it's also fun not to do them. Hey, you remember this? This is the biggest difference between GBA and regular style. In GBA, this guy, K. Rool appears and is like, hey, check this out. There's a new boss, and his name is Kerosene, and you gotta fight him. And, oh yeah, he has, like, cleavers. I forgot about that. I'll say it's probably been, like, 10, 20 years since I fought this dude. So, like, it's probably been, like, 15 years since I fought this dude, so I have no idea what his gimmicks are. He's gonna breathe fire. Okay, he kind of telegraphs it a bit. Oh, fuck. And then he slams. Okay. I'll get it next time. I mean, this is a cool boss. I'll say, I think this is much cooler than the boss that they add to DKC3. I think that one, the Croctopus motherfucker, I think that guy's just weird. He is big. Bigger than, like, you would typically see of a boss of DKC. You know, like, shit, man, this is the kind of thing if on SNES, people would be like, whoa, look at this, it's a giant boss. Whereas by, you know, the GBA era, it's a little bit ho-hum, isn't it? Like, oh yeah, it's just a giant boss. Not, that unique. There are tons of those. When am I supposed to go? Giant naughties and big necky heads? Oh yeah, the big necky heads. I guess you could consider those a quote-unquote big boss. But you know, there's like big screen-filling bosses in some of the whatchamacallits. In some SNES games that I actually don't know. And aren't games that I super care about, so, you know, it's not a big deal to me. He's about to blow. I really don't know how you get past him. Maybe you're supposed to, like, hover or, like, jump from one fist to the other. I mean, I have like an extra high vantage point. I have an extra high platform to jump off of. Maybe we gotta take advantage of that. I'll say this guy could use like a pirate hat or something. You know, this guy could like play into the theme of pirates a little bit more. Like, all the other bosses... Well, I guess this King Zing is just a zinger. But, like, Crow is a pirate bird. The sword is a pirate cutlass. Cutlass is a, you know, a pirate sword. Clubba, Crusher, whoever, you know, Cudgel, that's his name. Okay, yeah, we can jump over and do it that way. Cudgel also is kind of piratey. This guy needs like a loincloth or something. I don't know. He needs like a pirate sigil around his waist. I think we need to switch sides when we make the hits. Jesus Christ, this boss fight is long. Whoa, 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 what's this? What's this? Okay. New thing to learn, new thing to watch out for. Okay. I don't think this is like the hardest boss fight in the trilogy or nothing, but it is maybe one of the longest. And, you know, I think like some of the other longest boss fights have like, you know, checkpoints in the middle of them. Like, Baron K. Rulenstein. Spoilers. Would have been good to have a checkpoint maybe in this. Let's just say, I don't know. As is, it's kind of maybe a harder boss fight than K. Rool is, actually. Okay, here come Fist. And another Fist there. And now I jump over. Wait for the go-ahead. Get the thing. He's gonna Fist. He's gonna Fist that Fist. More fisting, a second fist slam, and oh yeah, it's this big fuck off attack. Okay, he's just doing it repeated. What the fuck? I killed the motherfucker, but I fell into his fire attack as his platform went off. Wow, that's fucked up. The clamp coin was right there. I wonder if I fell into it, if I would have collected it, and that would be over. Would that have counted? My god. That's... Cudgel. You can! My god. Not kosher Cudgel. Or... Kerosene. Kerosene is his name. I said Cudgel. I need to remember what this dude's name is. I guess kerosene makes sense. He is, like, breathing fire. That is like a... That is like a trait, you know, that you associate with, fire. It makes sense. Good name. Whatever. I guess also maybe they had, like, you know, more or less run out of K names at this point. His name is Kerosene. Man, that would be a good moment to have gotten his name right. cut that out of the clip. I can do a little bit of editing. I could even, like, dub myself over going, Kerosene. Kerosene, you cad. Kerosene, you cad. Kerosene, you cad. I can't believe you, Kerosene. Fuck off, Kerosene! Out of here. There we go. Ah! We did it! That's basically it. Basically done. There's Screech's sprint, and then we're home free. This one looks all weird. The coloring is way too severe. I mean, I'll say these levels, a lot of the casing and the coloring is severe, but it's not like blown out. They do different horrible things to the color choices here to make it work on Game Boy Advance Original. If only the Game Boy Advance Original was had a backlight, then like you know, a lot of these early GBA games would look better. And a lot of the later ones do look better, ironically. You know, as a result of embracing the backlight and designing around the backlight. Some of them have, like, light and dark modes, which is a smart thing you can do. You know, like Minish Cap, for instance. You probably want to play it in dark mode, I think, maybe. I don't know. It is also easy to just do normal and just keep it on normal. But, like, dark mode... I wonder if this works. There was a skip that's, Okay, no, there's no skipping this, this race in this version. You can skip this race in the original DKC2, apparently. You just have to... You have to, like, take a hit of damage or something? I forget how it works. I think you actually have to take a hit of damage. I don't think I did it right. Whatever, it doesn't matter. I can just win. In theory. A lot of good clips from this stream. A lot of good clips from this stream. Okay, I really don't know how it works. You take a hit of damage, and it probably doesn't work anymore. They probably said, oh, that was, not intentional. We didn't intend for you to be able to skip, like, the whole gimmick of this level. I've done it once, because I was like, wait, what? I was curious. And I was like, holy shit, really? And I was, like, surprised that it was a thing. Because sure enough, it's a thing. I swear this feels differently than the original game. Ah. We just gotta win this race, and then we're done. Part of me, I'll say low-key, was like, what if Avowed DKC2 double feature? But, you know, or like, one stream and then a break and then the other stream. You know, like both on Tuesday, considering that Avowed is out right now and I could go play it if I really wanted to, but I think it is better practice to hold off until tomorrow. And, you know, excited to get into it, so... I think we'll have a good time tomorrow at 8 p.m. Central. Also, I had most of these thoughts before I got home, after, you know, not sleeping that much last night, and turns out I needed like an hour of sleep. More than I needed to play Avowed right away. So, you know, jot that down. consider that. I have a knack for, being able to get through a workday on precious little sleep these days. But after I get home, I'm just like, okay, well, it's 4 p.m., 5 p.m., let me just take a little nap, you know, that's just, good for the mental health. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Funky, please tell me. Please tell me. I hope this is just rings. Just give me some rings. What? Rebuild the DK statue. Beware of entering toxic waste. The gyrocopter will explode with the slightest touch of that green spilt. Use the buttons on the thing. Fuck you, this sounds terrible. You'll never build your statue. You'll never build a statue of Donkey Kong. And what's more, we have 10 minutes to do it. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, y'all. I had no memory of these levels, by the way. I kind of just thought they were 2-minute trifles, you know? Just like, oh yeah, you fly through rings, and, you know, you're done. You fly through rings, it's a bit of fun. There you go. You die with those? You die to those guys in one hit, too? I feel like I ran into those guys before, and I didn't die instantly. Fuck you. Yes, fucking... yeah. This will be better when it's on GBA Online. And you can just rewind. And it sucks less. This will be better. I mean, I bet Superman 64 will be better when it's on N64 Online and you can just rewind. Do you think they'll add Superman 64 to N64 Online? They should. They should add Superman 64 to N64 Online. It's a horrible game, miserable game and all, I'm sure. But, like, you know, I think that would be funny. Oh my god. What the fuck? I picked up the thing, and then the lava started rising. It started rising and just booted me the fuck out. Booted me the fuck out of the lower parts. Nintendo doesn't want to pay WB for that. That's fair. It's hardly the only licensed game on the service, though. I mean, I guess they haven't gotten, like, Quackshot was never on SNES, right? But it was on, the other platform. It was on Genesis, right? And Genesis does have an online service. This really sucks. This really super sucks. This is terrible. I hate this. Can I just leave this here? Thanks. Okay. You motherfucker. Well, that saved some progress. And hey, here's some bombs I didn't know about. And, you know, couldn't have helped me. I guess that's not unlike Genesis Online, is it? You know, if they were, down to clown with such things, that would be, like, the one. Versus, like, infamously bad game that everyone thinks is garbage. I think it'd be cool if, like, you know, the worst games were, preserved, though. You know, I think that'd be, I would think that novel. I think that, like, worth doing. I say preserve. I think it'd be fun to just, like, boot them up. Where the fuck does this go? Oh boy. Ah, podium, right here. The arms are this way, I suppose. Man, I don't know, man. Very unfortunate, design here. We're just above the lava here, so we really need them to stay down. Oh, Christ. Yeah, once we grab the arm, it just starts rising precipitously. I think it would be cool if they put out that crappy garbage game. Even if it doesn't really make sense. Even if it would be a bad investment. I would think it funny. And for me, that's reason enough to do it. I need to go into that, like, midway hole. Let me make sure that this is good. And, pop down here. The timers that you pick up, god damn it, what the fuck, no! Wrong hole! Wrong hole! The timers that you pick up really are not helpful, they're just like 10 seconds. That's, really severely suck ass. Describes this minigame to a T. Hang on. We might be in trouble. Where the fuck is it? How the fuck do you get over there? I went down the one hole, and I guess it's the hole on the left? I thought the hole on the left was pretty well just narrow, though. Oh no, I saw like a... Oh, here we are. Branching points. Branching point right here. No! God damn it. Well, an interesting thing is, like, all the timers respawn after you die, so you can, like, get some extra time back, but, like, it's not worth the time it takes to get them. The extra 10 seconds that you get. You know, they take, like, 3 seconds to get, and they give you 10. And, like, gives you, like, a net of, like, 5 seconds. Assuming you're being efficient with your time. Okay, we got a part of the way out. I don't think anyone said what DKC2 needs is like, I don't know what I even describe this as other than this. No one said it needed this. You know, I've thought before, like, okay, well, DKC2, you know, it's a game of its era, right? Like, obviously, it's not like, it doesn't have, like, as much content as your modern, as, like, a modern game would have, right? God damn it. But, like, minigames, that's not the answer. Collectables, that's actually closer to the answer. I feel like collectibles are actually it. More collectibles, things of that nature. Sure, why not? But, you know, what we got here is this. A lot of this, and, like, no. Let me get a wrench. Here we go, final thing. Please go down. I dropped the head. Some light physics here getting in our way. That's not great. I don't like that at all. Oh my god. Now, where's the landing? Where's the pad? It's over here. I did it. I beat all of these funky flying things. They were not good. I got a photo from Funky for my trouble. Okay. Okay. Let me save game again. Make extra sure that our game is saved. Okay. Final boss, or... well... you know... not the final boss. The, nearly the final boss. Basically the, first final boss. Okay, those are easy to jump over. He has new voices. This also seems easier, the suction thing. His voice is way too high. I don't like it. Oh. Yay, we're doing it. See, this boss is nice. This is a lot easier than Kerosene, actually. It's giving you a DK barrel in the middle of the fight. And it really isn't that hard. And it's probably shorter even than Kerosene was. All things considered. This is never my favorite boss fight. You know, I'll say like my favorite boss fight is Baron K. Rollstein first fight from 3. But this one's pretty good too. A lot of creative like attack patterns. Dodging his various cannonballs is fun. Keeps hitting you with like new patterns. Fuck. It's a little difficult. Ugh. Let's just relax and, you know, get good. Play the game well. You know what? I'm gonna play as Dixie until the DK barrel appears, at which point I'll use Diddy as like just to save my Dixie for if I need it. Dixie is really key in like getting over some of those situations. Whoa. What? That little voice just don't sound right. Little, huh? Fuck me. There we go. We want to go under some of those high boppers, those high bouncers. Whoa, that felt precarious. We want to go when they're low. You know, when they're like swinging low. Cool. Diddy Kong, you're up. Protect Dixie. Oh wait. Fuck. Fuck. Shit. Well, that didn't... It's easier to dodge those as Dixie Kong. So, maybe we should have, kept her out. Fuck! Pistol whip, motherfucker. I'm getting a little tired. You know, I said it would be any percent. Maybe we should stick with any percent. Just, end on this. This is probably the better of the two battles anyway. And it doesn't really feel good to, you know, go entering codes or whatever. I mean, it is kind of a shame not to see, like, the true ending, as it were. But I bet we'll see, like, some ending in this. Probably more than you originally would get, even. If you haven't gotten the true ending, do it. You know, do collect all the things. Get that all squared away. It is highly recommended. But, like, if we were doing that, maybe it would be 2 streams. You know, if I was collecting all the things all along the way. You know, if I was collecting all the Prem coins. I'll say, after I finish this, I will pull up the time trial mode. We should definitely look at the time trial mode real fast and look and see if there's any other extras. But and play through Animal Antics, which is changed a little bit, and we should, you know, we unlocked it and all, so we should do that to end on. But other than that, I think it's about time to mosey. I mean, I say that, I haven't beaten this motherfucker yet. As soon as I beat this motherfucker, it will be moseying time. Is this 2 cannonballs a phase? That's good. That's a good amount of hits per phase to do. Feel like, you know, rule of 3 is good and all, but sometimes 2 is a little bit less than 3, and sometimes that feels good. You know, if there's, like, multiple phases anyway. Damn it. Difficult to turn around and throw the thing in time. Some of these last sucky phases have always been difficult. I guess in some of the Baron K. Rollenstein fights, it's 2 and then 2 and then 3, right? In Baron K. Rollenstein's, well, there we go. In Baron K. Rollenstein's case specifically, it's 2 and then 2 and then 3. Maybe this is the same way. I think this is the same way. There we go. There's a second hit. Yeah, there's one more. There's 3 colors of the goo. This is the reverse control. Oh my god. Fuck you! That's, really is nasty. The reverse control. You have to keep running or it'll kill you. So, the reverse control just, like, screws you up royally. Fuck! That's always the hardest. That's always the hardest. We were so close. Yeah, I'm not feeling like doing a whole nother world after this. It's late. And, I did say any percent. Fucking hell. Careless, careless. I really like how they give you a Kong barrel in this. Multiple times. That is just really nice. Some of the kinder design in the game. Maybe the thumbnail can be Donkey Kong giving the old, you know, final move to K. Rool here. That's like the thing that happens after you get one more hit. One more hit after we saw. I don't know what else is coming out this year other than Avowed. I guess this is 3 hits. You hit them the first time, and then there's 2 that are more complicated. Okay, that's 3. Actually. I don't know what else is coming out this year other than Avowed. I'm glad to have a Game Pass purchase, or a Game Pass thing, out this early in the year. You know, I'm still paying for Game Pass monthly, and like, I should either do more streams where I check out Game Pass games, or, you know, hope like hell that more, like, S-tier games come out on Game Pass. Day and date. Metroid Prime 4, Doom the Dark Ages. That'll be on Game Pass, and that'll be nice. I kind of bounced off the first of the Dooms. I don't know, I got it on PC, and I feel like maybe that wasn't the console for me. Maybe I should have just gotten the Xbox version and used the controller controls. And then the second one, people said they didn't like that much, so I was like, whatever. Maybe the next one is the one to jump in on, I guess. And again, Game Pass, so definitely a thing I can do. That one's like the most difficult to spot the lowest point of. Whatever Nintendo's coming out with, that's gonna be the marquee, you know, that's gonna be the most exciting thing. Okay. These are just easy to go over. Just easy to go over. Here it comes. Where's the ball? Okay, cool. We can just, grab it as we're being sucked, and then release it. These ones are also easy to go over. Those ones are also easy. Go, fuck, cock, motherfucker! Oh no. Slow-mo. Fuck! That's slow-mo. That's, not good. This is a difficult boss fight. This might even warrant its own timestamp, considering the boss fight is just... The final boss is, a good boss fight, but also... I don't know, I'll think about it. We might have, like... Just one more phase and it'll be easy and we'll get our Diddy Kong back. It's fine. It's nice to have a new game. It's always nice to have a new game. Kind of feels like nothing's been going on this year so far. I mean, a lot's been going on. As far as video games go, nothing's going on, you know? There we go. I mean, I could have easily continued playing some of the games I was playing last year. In particular, it's not like I finished like a Dragon, for instance. It's not like I finished Like a Dragon, oh fuck me. It's not like I finished Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth. That's, is a very long game, and one I could spend, like, you know, 40, 50 more hours playing, if I so pleased. It's just that I don't know if I really please, you know, it's so long, and I feel like I've really gotten a lot of value out of it. Just knowing, like, oh, you're like 2% of the way in. It's like, man, at the rate I'm going, I probably could spend, you know, I could spend, like, every weekend playing it and still, like, not make a dent in it, you know? And I guess it's worth noting that, like, Metaphor is about as long, and somehow I managed that. There is also just something that pulls me forward in Metaphor in the way that, like, I was not pulled forward in Like a Dragon. Maybe just, like, basic pacing, you know, the way those games proceed is a lot more like, has like a rhythm of it, right? Like, okay, here's like 4 hours of farting around, and then there's gonna be 4 hours of cutscenes, and they're gonna be amazing. They're gonna be the best cutscenes you've ever seen. Oh, thank God, we're better now. Can't you just hang out in the corner or something? That's like a safe option, isn't it? I don't know, but we have both our Kongs now. So I'm feeling pretty good about our chances. Yes! Yes! See you later, Diddy Kong. It's okay. The battle's over. Wait. It is over, though. There we go. See you later, dude. Okay, yeah, this is more of a cutscene than originally the game ended with. Good work, but we gotta get off this rust bucket before it crashes. What is this, a whole escape sequence? What the hell? My God, it's that fucking copter. My God, we're escaping onto the minigame. No, no. See you later, K-Rool. I mean, not actually. It's late. Nah, not tonight, K-Rool. If I wanted to spend like 1-2 more hours maybe to get all the creme coins and square that away. I do have, let me say, we're not done yet. We beat the game, but there's a couple things we should look at before we end here. We are a no-hoper in the this time as far as DK coins go. Very sad. Very sad. Oh, credits also, hey. This looks completely different. Well, somewhat different. So, thoughts on the version. I thought it was a good version. I feel like I had less quibbles with the handling than in the first game. Though Ramby, Radley, and Squawks all seemed a little bit off gameplay-wise, honestly. But Diddy and Dixon were fine, and that's fine, hey. It looks great. It's a little less blown out than the first GBA DKC, and that's a great thing. The minigames were kind of better and worse, you know? Better insofar as okay, yeah, multiple color floats, see there? They were better insofar as, you know, a lot of them were like levels unto themselves, but worse insofar as the levels were torturous in nature. Torturous. And that was, quite an ordeal. I didn't love that. As I said multiple times, I sort of compared that minigame repeatedly to Superman 64, and I think that is an apt comparison. Honestly, sadly, you never want an apt comparison to Superman 64. But, yo, this is one of my favorite games of all time, like top 2, and this is a perfectly good version of it. You should play the original. That's my recommendation. Play the original on SNES Online. But if this were to come out on GBA Online, it's perfectly good for a playthrough. And you'll go like, that's different. You'll enjoy the one new boss, and you'll, you know, enjoy looking at the new maps. And occasionally you'll go, oh wow, this is green. This is red. What's with these colors? Holy shit. You know? And I continue to have thoughts about the game through this whole credit sequence. I could... We're at the bosses. There's not that long. Crow and Creepy Crow kick ass again. I mean, what is there to say about the original DKC2? It rules. It has, like, tight level design, real good fundamentals, and Dixie Kong, who is just, like, an amazing second Kong, you know, just like with an amazing utility ability to hover. She kind of outshines Diddy Kong, like, hugely, to where, like, you know, he could almost use a second ability. Like, I don't fucking know. Maybe he could, I don't even know, because, like, I don't want to downgrade Dixie Kong. I feel like Dixie Kong being nearly as good otherwise as Diddy is a big, huge good thing, right? But at the same time, you know, you do sometimes want Diddy Kong to be the right choice, right? I think objectively he might be marginally faster. Shout out to Clapper, bring back Clapper. Bring back all these animal buddies. I've said before, I'll say again, I think a really cool thing for a DKC like to do would be just to do like a DKC game or a indie DKC would just be like, yeah, no, we got 20 animal buddies. Check this shit out. Not just one like in Returns and Tropical Freeze, 20. Some of them only appear once. A good deal of them only appear once. And isn't that neat? Oh, cool. We also get the sunset scene, even though we didn't actually finish the game. Huh. I was kind of thinking that this would be like the thumbnail and was kind of looking to do this just for this reason. And, you know, just, it's funny because I thought I would have to do the true ending to get here. But, we didn't, so... Yeah, this could be the thumbnail, I guess. That's cool. I was low-key thinking it could be that, flying croc scene with the gyrocopter, but fuck this. This is more iconic, but also like entirely wrong iconic, right? This is iconic, but it's not quite right. It's the different version of it, you know? Shout out to Greg Miles. I know a good amount of these names. Like, hey, there's... What the fuck? D. Who's? Where's David Wise? I don't... Okay, well, I guess maybe they, There's Grant Kirkhope. Wait, did it say lyrics? Chris Sutherland. Did it say lyrics? Okay. Localization. I don't know what that is. Manual. Lay Love Day. I'm gonna guess Greg Richards. Original DKC2 team. Here, this is where you'll get David Wise. Greg Miles, Steve Males, Chris Peel, I guess, Tim Stafer, Matt, Chris Sutherland, I don't know, David Wise. A lot of folk worked on this, and shout out to them. They're all great. You know, Lay Love Day wrote a bunch of funny stuff in the manual that, you know, I don't know people appreciate enough. The manual is very funny. Cranky Kong as a character, very funny. Banjo-Kazooie, very funny. All that's Lay Love Day. All that's Lay Love Day. He also wrote like a question and answer segment on the Rare websites, like in the early 2000s. And I remember like in the Rare fandom, like you know, getting the word of God from him was like a big deal. Was like, okay, here's what it is. Here's what Lay Love Day says. And sometimes he's joking, but you know, unless it's contradicted by the games themselves, word of God is word of God. So, you know, jot that down. Yeah, baby. Boy, a lot of people worked on this. Chris Stamper, Tim Stamper. Hey, weren't these names earlier in the credits? Shigeru Miyamoto. Iwata. Hell yeah. Killer game. I don't recommend the gyrocopter business, and you can see here in the bonus games. Let's look at what else is here. Hey, we can do espresso racing if we really wanted to. And we could, even do multiplayer if we had multiple carts. We could do more Funky's Flight, single player. Here's all the levels, I guess. There's also multiplayer Funky Fights. Weird. I don't got that, I can't do that, but the thing I really want to show is Diddy's Dash, which is just, kinda neat. Look at this. Oh, we can even go to the Lost World and, you know what? We did unlock Animal Antics, but we should try it in this. Is this a bad idea? I'm pretty sure. Time trial mode. It's a time trial mode. You know what? We should do Animal Antics last. But yeah, let's do some of the Lost World levels in the time trial to show them off, and also to appreciate the cool time trial mode they put in. These levels are great, and how does this work when you die in the time trial? Well, that's not entirely great. Just starts you back at the start with the timer still ticking. That's dumb. You know, recently I played Returns HD, and it also does that, and I thought it was dumb there, and I said, like, well, this is from, like, time trials were pretty new at this point for 2D platformers, and I guess I'll say, like, this is the first, and it has the same problem. This is, like, one of the first times ever a 2D platformer had a time trial mode. Is that true? That might not be true. I feel like it's true. Well, at any rate, if you hit start and restart, it's pretty quick to restart. And, you know, maybe if you wanted to start from a checkpoint, which I'm assuming those are in here, that would be, possible. Let's see if we can get a good time. I mean, I think the time was like 5 minutes or something. Like, really, really generous. I mean, I think I'm seeing a thing about this, which I sort of forgot as far as time trial goes. This is also a hard mode, isn't it? I mean, I'm Diddy Kong. I haven't seen a Kong barrel in a minute. I'm pretty sure there would be one in this level, you know. They do add additional checkpoints, which... Oh, also if you get a combo, you freeze the clock. Interesting. Okay. I mean, that's a way of encouraging the roll move, which, you know, is so dope. And again, yeah, multiple checkpoints, more than was in the original game. I wonder if you also get that from bopping across multiple enemies. Okay, from here we'll just start at the checkpoints, and we'll just do what we can. We don't have all day, folks. We don't have all night. We got a boogie. This is kind of a hard mode, but it's also kind of an easy mode, since more checkpoints, like double amount. Also, it'll render it impossible to show off what I was going to show off in Animal Antics, which is that in Animal Antics they added a different checkpoint. They moved the checkpoint a little bit so that it was after Squitter. After Squitter, I think, is the main change, which I think is a good change, honestly. Squitter's segment is pretty easy, and Squawks' segment is pretty hard. So it kind of makes sense as a thing to do. Let's do this whole Lost World in time trial mode. Why not? This'll be fast. This'll be fast. And then we'll end after we do Animal Antics. This is fun to me as a thing. I'm not sure if you can do this for DKC3, but I like this. I like this as the way, and we'll continue from checkpoints, even though it's, you know, not ideal. When you're doing this at home, kids, and going for, you know, local records, just start from the checkpoint. Oh, wow, that's a very generous checkpoint, like... In fact, I'm just gonna start over. It's just 10 seconds. I'm not so hard up, I need a checkpoint every 6 seconds here, you know. Trebucket, if you're still up and at him, did you did the Lost World, right? When you said you beat it, you did like the whole entire ending, I hope. That's the best way to do. And if you haven't, I would highly recommend getting back in there. Checkpoints. Okay, now we use the checkpoints. It's been like 30 seconds into the level. We need another checkpoint. We die again, we'll use the checkpoint. That one, specifically, the second one. DKC is absolutely a game that is worth, you know, seeing through to the very end. You know, seeing 100%. I don't know if 100% of this game is, honestly. Because that does include the Espresso racing. You know, and I don't think the Espresso racing is, like, that hot, really. That does include, like, you know, the gyroscopter bits, which were all, like, handcrafted in the original, but, like, generally unpleasant. It does include a lot of stuff you wouldn't necessarily want to do. But, like, going through these levels and getting not one, not two, a whole bunch extra collectibles in the form of photos and other stuff, I think that's good. I think that's overall good. And, you know, if I was making a whole thing of, like, okay, DKC2, 100% GBA, you know, I would be happy to spend 2-3 streams, but on this, but we got other rare games that follow up this one. We can't 100% them all, or any of them. Is there... I wonder if people 100% Star Fox Adventures. I mean, I think I have 100%ed cameo Elements of Power before, and just squeezed as much value as I could possibly get out of that game. You know, gotten every fruit, gotten every, like, upgrade to all my characters. It's not like a thing that no one's ever done before, you know? We're trucking. We're in trucking mode now. It's funny that they added extra checkpoints to the time trial mode. I feel like the modern approach would be like, no, you take the checkpoints out, doofus. There's no checkpoints in the time trial mode. Also, you leave Dixie Kong in because she's like a legitimate part of the game. Like, you know, skips using her damage boosts, they are valid. In fact, they are, you know, they are strategic all their own, such that they should be part of the time trial. Alas, time trials were new, and like, you know, I feel like nowadays, developers, if they're doing a time trial mode, which I'll say like more of them need to, like it's crazy that Wonder doesn't have time trials, for instance. They don't really feel the need to like, you know, jutz it up, you know. They don't make it fancy. They just say like, okay, hey, fuck. Oh yeah, you have the intermediary barrier. You can't just fire directly from one of the longer barrel sequences to have to restart, but whatever. I like spinning the barrel when I'm between places where I fire off. Like, there's no point in not spinning a little bit for funsies. Whoa, fuck! Okay, this one's going a little long. I don't know if we can beat the time. We'll see. I mean, I'll say, again, if you're doing this casually, like, checkpoints really aren't for speedruns, aren't for time trials, but also it's 1 a.m. It's 1 a.m. So, like, I got a boogie, and this is kind of serving my purposes really well. Jesus. Checkpoint, let's go. Final segment here. Right, this level's called Clobber Carnage. Kind of a weird name, considering, like, barrel rides is, like, the main gimmick here, but there are also a bunch of clobbers as well. It'd be like if I called my next level, like, Bully Bonanza or something, and, you know, bullies are a big part of it, but a lot of other stuff got mixed in. Apparently that's still the best time. These are very generous, initial world records, like, allowing you to die 5 times, 10 times, and still get a best time? God damn. And yeah, you know, roll through guys, clock freezes. That's kind of nice. I wonder if you can, like, if there's, like, point in, like, routing that out and being like, okay, it's worth taking a... Also, there's combos for, like, bopping off a bunch of people, which I guess we haven't seen in any of the previous levels for reasons. There haven't been, like, any, like, bop sequences. There haven't been any, like, series of enemies to bop off. Wow, huh? That's, unusual. Usually that's, usually that happens, like, all the fucking time. Did we get a checkpoint? Yes, we did. Okay. I'm happy, continuing from here. We're in, truckin' mode, folks. Truckin'. Truckin'. It's also nice that all the levels are just unlocked from the jump. That's, you wouldn't necessarily expect that to be the case, but, whatever. Some of the enemies seem like they're dead, even after I respawned, like, they stay dead. Not the ones that you have to bounce off, but... Wasn't there, like, a guy before the... Yep! This game rules. Fuck. Timing of that is, okay. Okay. You know what? This is a really short segment. We basically go under these guys, and, I'm just trying to jump over that guy and he's just, What I would do for Dixie right now, well, I don't know. Breathe in, breathe out. Ow! Again, we're gonna get the best time. I think it's set to 5 minutes in just every case, regardless of how long the level is. Kinda goofy, but, you know, like I said, pretty much brand new. Again, kind of funny that they thought they had to like, spice it up and be like, ooh, you know, there's a combo system. Also, the respawning from checkpoints kind of messes up the enemy patterns. The enemy patterns aren't like where they are by default. And that can be a bit screwy. There was a... Yep. Is there a feather behind some of those bees? And it's funny because, like, with these very generous checkpoints, it's just so easy to just carry on. Good shit, just one left. Just one left then. And that's Animal Antics. One of the most memorable levels in the game. One of the most iconic levels in the game. Let's see how it fares with these, versions of the animals that aren't quite as, well-tuned. I mean, you can get some real good clock freezes with some of these enemy lineups. Like, dang, dude. Technically, 7 seconds is the time on the clock. And also, just like literally every segment here is going to have a checkpoint. Never in this like even more than just every segment. Never you're gonna have a case where you're like, you die as Rattly and you kick yourself because you have to redo all of Squawks. I mean, other than, like, if you want a good time, which you probably should. I wonder how fast my times were on my original, DS, or GBA copy, which, you know, I'm playing, obviously. I definitely dumped the copy. You know, as you do. But, I didn't get the saves off there, so, you know, I didn't check the saves while I was at it, so I'm kind of curious, like, what the deal is with that, you know? Or curious, like, how well I did. Did I just, again. Did I just go through these once and was satisfied with my, with my time? Did I go through multiple times, but still, like, generally let myself continue from checkpoints versus starting over entirely? You know, you wouldn't hear this song outside of the Lost World here, so it's interesting to hear it. Here's where the checkpoint would be. The checkpoint would be right here in the version of it. You know, in this version of the game, you can kind of actually double press the R button to sort of like do a web and then land on it immediately if you use a little bit of skill. That doesn't quite work in the original DKC, but it works here. It's kind of nice. Pro tip for DKC2 GBA version. The version I don't recommend people play unless they're, you know, played the original like 100 times and are, you know, in the mood for variety. Or in the early 2000s. If you're in the early 2000s, I recommend you get the GBA version. I mean, portable DKC, that's something you won't be able to do until the Nintendo Switch, like 20 years later. And, you know, given that it doesn't exist otherwise, this is cool. And it has some cool stuff in it as well, so, you know. Including this speedrun mode with weird checkpointing. Weird amounts of generous checkpointing, but no like, second Kong. Joking on my, joking a little bit here. This level's hard. Even harder when you don't have very generous checkpointing. Everyone knows this. I think they changed the handling of this, I think they changed the handling. I think this Squawks handles differently. I don't know, dude. Maintaining a level Squawk is harder than I think it should. God damn it. Also, sometimes when you come off these checkpoints, the enemies are in odd positions. You know, and that is just, I do feel like this game is well timed out, you know? This game is, like, designed such that when you come around a corner, the guys are, like, coming at you in perfect lockstep. You know, perfectly well-timed malarkey. Whereas in this version, it can be a little bit more hit and miss. Okay, thank God, checkpoint. We're probably not gonna get the best time here. It's 4:40, and the best time is at 5 minutes, so he'd have to finish the level in 15 seconds. Radley's section is longer than that. Like, it just takes a couple seconds to, like, charge up. This definitely takes more than 10 seconds. 3, 2, 1, and there we go. 4 seconds short of that five minute time. Well, that's fine. We're not gonna do it again, folks. That's it. That's gonna be it. What happened? Did you get lost? No, I lost 4 seconds, randomly. No, I'm good, though. And, it's not like it even, you know... Well, actually, it does say it's me that did it on the other ones, but it's not like the portrait, like, lights up in a special color or something. You could, if you wanted to, do all the levels like that. And, you know, as a kid, I definitely did. But, you know, there's kind of no need for it right now tonight. We're done. That's it. I'm gonna reset so we see the opening scene here, and all right, that's a stream. And also that reminds me. Okay, actually, I'm good. Okay. Well, folks, that's gonna do it for tonight. I hope you enjoyed seeing Donkey Kong Country 2 basically in full. We went through the any percent, up to the first burst K. Rool fight. Then we did the Lost World somehow in the time trial mode. Does DKC3 have a similar time trial mode that's all unlocked from the start? If it does, that's going to be very convenient, and we'll do the same thing to show that mode off. If they allow us. Maybe I'll look into that before next week. Let me pull up the old schedule here. Let me pull up the old schedule and tell y'all what's gonna happen. What's upcoming streams and all that. I'll be back tomorrow, the 19th, which it is currently. It has, it's 1:30 a.m. roundabout, 1:20 a.m. It is now the 19th, around 8 p.m. today on the 19th. I say today, tomorrow on the 19th, you understand. Tomorrow, I'll be doing Avowed for the first time. It is out, I'm excited, but also I want to do it first time on stream because I kind of just like to do that for posterity and for first reactions, and it's fun to do so. So, I'm very curious. I'm looking forward to it. I haven't seen a thing. That'll be tomorrow at 8 p.m. Central. Look for it. Then, after that will be viewer levels on Friday. Like I said earlier, there's a couple new gimmicks for that. I'm going to adjust the volume on the new gimmick and try to get it to be reasonable. But I'm excited for that. I feel like that's going to be a lot of fun. Look forward to that on Friday. And then next week, next Tuesday, we will be continuing replaying DKC1-3 with the last of the 3 DKC games, and the only one to add a whole extra world. That extra world is like, okay, it's kind of maybe the least good world in the whole trilogy, and also in the whole, well, there's some worlds in, like, Returns where it's all, like, out of whack, an overabundance of, like, minecart and rocket barrel levels in a way that's, like, bad for pacing, even if they're good levels. But a lot of these levels are kind of, like, mid-water levels, so, it's like, they kind of already had a water world. You didn't need to add a second water world, I think. But they did it, so whatever, we'll do that. That'll be fun. That'll be next week, and we'll finish up, and then I will take a week off, and I'll be doing another random rare playthrough. I can't call it a rare replay because that's already a thing. And not all these games are in rare replay. Case in point, this one right here. After next week, there'll be a week off, and then another one of these 4 games or the mystery game will be chosen, and we'll just sort of continue to that effect. I will say, we're coming up on the end of the month. March 2nd, I'm planning a, that's a Sunday, I'm planning a big long stream where I try to beat Simpsons Hit and Run in one stream, and I'll say sometime in May, I say sometime in May, my birthday stream will be in May, and we already have an idea for that. I wonder if I'll do anything big in April. Maybe April will be pretty chill. Count on me to, schedule additional streams when it makes sense, when I have a good idea. You know how I like to do. Like tomorrow's Avowed stream. Folks, thank you for joining. Let me, send the Twitch people somewhere. And, let me say again, I appreciate all y'all. Ooh. Send the Twitch people somewhere. Good shit. Good shit. Who shall I send you to? Who is streaming? Who is streaming stuff? Who is streaming what? Good shit. You know what? I'll just send you to Giant Bomb Forever. This isn't a person. This is just a Giant Bomb Forever is like Giant Bomb Infinite. It's like just endless Giant Bomb videos from the last 12 years. And now it's community done rather than officially done, since the official one shut down due to budgets, due to I don't know why. I'll send you over there, why not? Let's just do that instead of a person today. That's fine. I love Giant Bomb. It was a big part of my... During the 10s, like, not a day went by that I didn't watch a Giant Bomb thing, listen to a Giant Bomb podcast, or, you know, affiliates of Giant Bomb spin-offs. Not a day went by that I didn't watch a live stream, that I didn't consume, like, a gross amount of Giant Bomb content. So, like, this is, like, my bread and butter. This is, like, the 10 years before I was a streamer bit large, right? This seems to be some sort of random unprofessional Friday or something. I don't know. Have fun, folks. I'll see you on, tomorrow night for Avowed, viewer levels on Friday, and then, the conclusion of DKC1-3 GBA on, viewer levels on Friday, and then, the conclusion of DKC1-3 GBA. What the hell? Why is it... I have the fucking thing muted. What the hell? I gotta watch out for that shit. It unmuted my, myself on the... Okay, let me say that again. Let me say that again without the echo. I gotta watch out for that shit on my phone. On the phone capture. Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday. See you there. Bye, folks.